and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling, with The Night Mail, a story of 2000 AD, together with extracts from the magazine in which it appeared. At 9 o'clock of a gusty winter night, I stood on the lower stages of one of the GPO outward mail towers. My purpose was a run to Quebec in, "Postal Packet 162, or such other as may be appointed," and the Postmaster General himself countersigned the order. This talisman opened all doors, even those in the dispatching caisson at the foot of the tower, where they were delivering the sorted Continental mail. The bags lay packed close as herrings in the long grey underbodies which our GPO still calls coaches. 5 such coaches were filled as I watched, and were shot up the guides to be locked on to their waiting packets 300 feet nearer the stars. From the dispatching caisson I was conducted by a courteous and wonderfully learned official, Mr. L. Geary, second dispatcher of the western route, to the captain's room. This wakes an echo of old romance, where the mail captains come on for their turn of duty. He introduces me to the captain of 162, Captain Purnell, and his relief, Captain Hudson. The one is small and dark, the other large and red, but each has the brooding sheathed glance characteristic of eagles and aeronauts. You can see it in the pictures of our racing professionals, from L.V. Roach to little Ada Worley, that fathomless obstruction of eyes habitually turned through naked space. On the notice board in the captain's room, the pulsing arrows of some 20 indicators register, degree by geographical degree, the progress of as many homeward-bound packets. The word Cape rises across the face of a dial. A gong strikes. The South African mid-weekly mail is in at the Highgate receiving towers. That is all. It reminds one comically of the traitorous little bell which in Pigeon Fancy's lofts notifies the return of a Homer. "Time for us to be on the move," says Captain Purnell, and we are shot up by the passenger lift to the top of the dispatch towers. Our coach will lock on when it is filled and the clerks are aboard. Number 162 waits for us in Sleep E of the topmost stage. The great curve of her back shines frostily under the lights, and some minute alteration on trim makes her rock a little in her holding down slips. Captain Purnell frowns and dives inside. Hissing softly, 162 comes to rest as level as a rule. From her North Atlantic winter nose cap, worn bright as diamond with boring through uncounted leagues of hail, snow, and ice, to the inset of her 3 built-out propeller shafts is some 240 feet. Her extreme diameter, carried well forward, is 37. Contrast this with the 900 by 95 of any crack liner, and you will realize the power that must drive a hull through all weathers at more than the emergency speed of the cyclonic. The eye detects no joint in her skin plating save the sweeping hair crack of the bow rudder, maniac's rudder that assured us the dominion of the unstable air and left its inventor penniless and half-blind. It is calculated to Castelli's gull-wing curve. Raise a few feet of that all but invisible plate 3/8 of an inch, and she will yaw 5 miles to port or starboard ere she is under control again. Give her full helm, and she returns on her track like a whiplash. Cant the whole forward, a touch on the wheel will suffice, and she sweeps at your good direction up or down. Open the complete circle, and she presents to the air a mushroom head that will bring her up all standing within a half-mile. "Yes," says Captain Hudson, answering my thought. "Castelli thought he discovered the secret of controlling aeroplanes when he'd only found out how to steer dirigible balloons. Maniac invented his rudder to help war boats ram each other, and war went out of fashion, and Maniac, he went out of his mind because he said he couldn't serve his country any more. I wonder if any of us ever know what we're really doing." "If you want to see the coach locked, you'd better go aboard. It's due now," says Mr. Geary. I enter through the door amidships. There is nothing here for display. The inner skin of the gas tanks comes down to within a foot or 2 of my head, and turns over just short of the turn of the bilges. Liners and yachts disguise their tanks with decoration, but the GPO serves them raw under a lick of grey official paint. The inner skin shuts off 50 feet of the bow, and as much of the stern, but the bow bulkhead is recessed for the lift shunting apparatus as the stern is pierced for the shaft tunnels. The engine room lies almost amidships. Forward of it, extending to the turn of the bow tanks, is an aperture. a bottomless hatch at present, into which our coach will be locked. One looks down over the coamings 300 feet to the dispatching case, whence voices boom upward. The light below is obscured to a sound of thunder. As our coach rises on its guides, it enlarges rapidly from a postage stamp to a playing card to a punt, and last, a pontoon. The two clerks, its crew, do not even look up as it comes into place. The Quebec letters fly under their fingers and leap into the docketed racks, while both captains and Mr. Geary satisfy themselves that the coach is locked home. A clerk passes the way bill over the hatch coaming. Captain Purnell thumb marks and passes it to Mr. Geary. Receipt has been given and taken. "Pleasant run," says Mr. Geary, and disappears through the door, which a foot-high pneumatic compressor locks after him. "Ah," sighs the compressor released. Our holding down clips part with the tank. We are clear. Captain Hudson opens the great colloid underbody porthole, through which I watch over lighted London slide eastward as the gale gets hold of us. The first of the low winter clouds cuts off the well-known view and darkens Middlesex. On the south edge of it I can see a postal packet's light ploughing through the white fleece. For an instant she gleams like a star ere she drops toward the Highgate receiving towers. "The Bombay mail," says Captain Hudson, and looks at his watch. "She's 40 minutes late." "What's our level?" I ask. 4,000. Aren't you coming up on the bridge?" The bridge, let us ever praise the GPO as a repository of ancientest tradition, is represented by a view of Captain Hudson's legs, where he stands on the control platform that runs thwartships overhead. The bow colloid is unshuttered, and Captain Purnell, one hand on the wheel, is feeling for a fair slant. The dial shows 4,300 feet. "It's steep tonight," he mutters, as tier on tier of cloud drops under. "We generally pick up an easterly draft below 3,000 at this time of year. I hate slathering through fluff." "So does Van Cutsum. Look at him hunting for a slant," says Captain Hudson. A fog light breaks cloud 100 fathoms below. The Antwerp night mail makes her signal and rises between two racing clouds far to port, her flanks blood red in the glare of Sheerness double light. The gale will have us over the North Sea in half an hour, but Captain Purnell lets her go composedly, nosing to every point of the compass as she rises. 5,000, 6,800. The deep dial reads ere we find the easterly drift, heralded by a flurry of snow at the 1,000-fathom level. Captain Purnell rings up the engines and keys down the governor on the switch before him. There is no sense in urging machinery when Aeolus himself gives you good knots for nothing. We are away in earnest now, our nose notched home on our chosen star. At this level the lower clouds are laid out, all neatly combed by the dry fingers of the east. Below that again is the strong westerly blow through which we rose. Overhead, a film of southerly drifting mist draws a theatrical gauze across the firmament. The moonlight turns the lower strata to silver, without a stain except where our shadow underruns us. Bristol and Cardiff double lights, those statelily inclined beams over Severnmouth, are dead ahead of us, for we keep the southern winter route. Coventry Central, the pivot of the English system, stabs upward once in 10 seconds its spear of diamond light to the north, and a point or two off our starboard bow, the Leak, the great cloud-breaker of St. David's Head, swings its unmistakable green beam 25 degrees each way. There must be half a mile of fluff over it in this weather, but it does not affect the Leak. "Our planet's overlighted, if anything," says Captain Purnell at the wheel, as Cardiff Bristol slides under. "I remember the old days of common white verticals, that it would show 200 or 300 feet up in a mist, if you knew where to look for 'em. In really fluffy weather they might as well have been under your hat. One could get lost coming home then, and have some fun. Now it's like driving down Piccadilly." He points to the pillars of light where the cloud breakers bore through the cloud floor. We see nothing of England's outlines, only a wide pavement pierced in all directions by these manholes of variously coloured fire. Holy Island's white and red, St. Bees interrupted white, and so on, as far as the eye can reach. Blessed be Sargent, Arends, and the Dubois brothers who invented the cloud breakers of the world whereby we travel in security. "Are you going to lift for the Shamrock?" asks Captain Hudson. Cork light, green, fixed, enlarges as we rush to it. Captain Purnell nods. There is heavy traffic hereabouts. The cloud bank beneath us is streaked with running fissures of flame, where the Atlantic boats are hurrying Londonward just clear of the fluff. Mail packets are supposed, under the conference rules, to have the 5,000-foot lanes to themselves, but the foreigner in a hurry is apt to take liberties with English air. Number 162 lifts to a long-drawn wail of the breeze in the fore-flange of the rudder, and we make Valencia, white, green, white, at a safe 7,000 feet, dipping our beam to an incoming Washington packet. There is no cloud on the Atlantic, and faint streaks of cream round Dingle Bay show where the driven seas hammer the coast. A big SATA liner, Société Anonyme de Transport Aérien, is diving and lifting half a mile below us in search of some break in the solid west wind. Lower still lies a disabled Dane. She is telling the liner all about it in international. Our general communication dial has caught her talk and begins to eavesdrop. Captain Hudson makes a motion to shut it off, but checks himself. "Perhaps you'd like to listen," he says. "Argyle of St. Thomas," the Dane whimpers. "Report owners 3 starboard shaft collar bearings fused. Can make flurries as we are, but impossible further. Shall we buy spares at Fayal?" The liner acknowledges and recommends inverting the bearings. The Argyle answers that she has already done so without effect, and begins to relieve her mind about cheap German enamels for collar bearings. The Frenchman assents cordially, cries "Courage, mon ami," and switches off. Their lights sink under the curve of the ocean. "That's one of Lund and Bleemer's boats," says Captain Hudson. "Serves them right for putting German composts in their thrust blocks. She won't be in Fayal tonight. By the way, wouldn't you like to look around the engine room?" I have been waiting eagerly for this invitation, and I follow Captain Hudson from the control platform, stooping low to avoid the bulge of the tanks. We know that fluorous gas can lift anything, as the world-famous trials of '89 showed, but its almost indefinite powers of expansion necessitate vast tank room. Even in this thin air, the lift shunts are busy taking out 1/3 of its normal lift, and still 162 must be checked by an occasional downdraw of the rudder, or our flight would become a climb to the stars. Captain Purnell prefers an overlifted to an underlifted ship, but no two captains trim ship alike. "When I take the bridge," says Captain Hudson, "you'll see me shunt 40% of the lift out of the gas and run her on the upper rudder, with a swoop upward instead of a swoop downward, as you say. Either way will do. It's only habit. Watch our dip dial. Tim fetches her down once every 30 knots, as regularly as breathing." So is it shown on the dip dial. For 5 or 6 minutes the arrow creeps from 6,700 to 7,300. There is the faint zhee of the rudder, and backslides the arrow to 6,000 on a falling slant of 10 or 15 knots. "In heavy weather you jockey her with the screws as well," says Captain Hudson, and unslipping the jointed bar which divides the engine room from the bare deck, he leads me on to the floor. Here we find Fleury's paradox of the bulk-headed vacuum, which we accept now without thought, literally in full blast. The 3 engines are HT&T assisted vacuum of Fleury turbines running from 3,000 to the limit, that is to say, up to the point when the blades make the air bell, cut out a vacuum for themselves precisely as overdriven marine propellers used to do. 162's limit is low on account of the small size of her 9 screws, which, though handier than the old colloid Thellesons, bell sooner. The midships engine, generally used as a reinforce, is not running, so the port and starboard turbine vacuum chambers draw direct into the return mains. The turbines whistle reflectively. From the low-arched expansion tanks on either side, the valves descend pillar-wise to the turbine chests, and thence the obedient gas whirls through the spirals of blades, with a force that would whip the teeth out of a power saw. Behind is its own pressure, held in leash or spurred on by the lift shunts. Before it, the vacuum where Fleury's ray dances in violet-green bands and whirled turbulence of flame. The jointed U-tubes of the vacuum chamber are pressure-tempered colloid. No glass would endure the strain for an instant, and a junior engineer with tinted spectacles watches the ray intently. It is the very heart of the machine, a mystery to this day. Even Fleury, who begot it, and, unlike Maniac, died a multimillionaire, could not explain how the restless little imp shuddering in the U-tube can, in the fractional fraction of a second, Strike the furious blast of gas into a chill greyish-green liquid that drains. You can hear it trickle from the far end of the vacuum through the adduction pipes and the mains back to the bilges. Here it returns to its gaseous, one had almost written sagacious, state, and climbs to work afresh. Bilge tank, upper tank, dorsal tank, expansion chamber, vacuum, main return as a liquid, and bilge tank once more is the ordained cycle. Fleury's ray sees to that, and the engineer with the tinted spectacles sees to Fleury's ray. If a speck of oil, if even the natural grease of the human finger touch the hooded terminals, Fleury's ray will wink and disappear and must be laboriously built up again. This means half a day's work for all hands and an expense of 170-odd pounds to the GPO for radium salts and such trifles. Now look at our thrust collars. You won't find much German compo there. Full jewelled, you see, says Captain Hudson, as the engineer shunts open the top of a cup. Our shaft bearings are CMC, Commercial Minerals Company, stones, ground with as much care as the lens of a telescope. They cost £37 apiece. So far we have not arrived at their term of life. These bearings came from number 97, which took them over from the old Dominion of Light, which had them out of the wreck of the Perseus aeroplane in the years when men still flew wooden kites over oil engines. They are a shining reproof to all low-grade German ruby enamels, so-called board facings, and the dangerous and unsatisfactory alumina compounds which please dividend-hunting owners and turn skippers crazy. The rudder gear and the gas lift shunt, seated side by side under the engine room dials, are the only machines in visible motion. The former sighs from time to time as the oil plunger rises and falls half an inch. The latter, cased and guarded like the U-tube aft, exhibits another Fleury ray, but inverted and more green than violet. Its function is to shunt the lift out of the gas, and this it will do without watching. That is all. A tiny pump rod whizzing and whining to itself beside a sputtering green lamp. 150 feet aft, down the flat-topped tunnel of the tanks, a violet light, restless and irresolute. Between the two, 3 white-painted turbine trunks, like eel baskets laid on their side, accentuate the empty perspectives. You can hear the trickle of the liquefied gas flowing from the vacuum into the bilge tanks and the soft cluck-gluck of gas locks closing as Captain Purnell brings 162 down by the head. The hum of the turbines and the boom of the air on our skin is no more than a cotton wool wrapping to the universal stillness, and we are running an 18-second mile. I peer from the fore end of the engine room over the hatch combings into the coach. The mail clerks are sorting the Winnipeg, Calgary, and Medicine Hat bags, but there is a pack of cards ready on the table. Suddenly, a bell thrills. The engineers run to the turbine valves and stand by. But the spectacled slave of the ray in the U-tube never lifts his head. He must watch where he is. We are hard-braked and going astern. There is language from the control platform. "Tim's sparking badly about something," says the unruffled Captain Hudson. "Let's look." Captain Purnell is not the suave man we left half an hour since, but the embodied authority of the GPO. Ahead of us floats an ancient aluminum-patched twin-screw tram of the dingiest, with no more right to the 5,000-foot lane than has a horse cart to a modern road. She carries an obsolete barbette conning tower, a 6-foot affair with railed platform forward, and our warning beam plays on the top of it as a policeman's lantern flashes on the area sneak. Like a sneak thief, too, emerges a shock-headed navigator in his shirt-sleeves. Captain Purnell wrenches open the colloid to talk with him, man to man. There are times when science does not satisfy. "What under the stars are you doing here, you skyscraping chimney-sweep?" he shouts as we two drift side by side. "Do you know this is a mail lane? You call yourself a sailor, sir? You ain't fit to peddle toy balloons to an Eskimo. Your name and number. Report and get down and be—" "I've been blown up once," the shock-headed man cries, hoarsely, as a dog, barking. "I don't care 2 flips of a contact for anything you can do, postie." "Don't you, sir? But I'll make you care. I'll have you towed stern first to Disco and broke up. You can't recover insurance if you're broke for obstruction. Do you understand that?" Then the stranger bellows. "Look at my propellers. There's been a woolly-wah down below that has knocked us into umbrella frames. We've been blown up about 40,000 feet. We're all one conjurer's watch inside. My mate's arms broke, my engineer's head's cut open. My ray went out when the engine smashed, and for pity's sake, give me my height, Captain. We doubt we're dropping. 6,800. Can you hold it? Captain Purnell overlooks all insults and leans half out of the colloid, staring and snuffing. The stranger licks pungently. We ought to blow into St. John's with luck. We're trying to plug the fore-tank now, but she's simply whistling it away, Herr Captain wails. She's sinking like a log, says Captain Purnell in an undertone. Call up the Banks Mark boat, George. Our dip dial shows that we, keeping abreast the Trump, have dropped 500 feet the last few minutes. Captain Purnell presses a switch, and our signal beam begins to swing through the night, twizzling spokes of light across infinity. That'll fetch something, he says, while Captain Hodson watches the general communicator. He has called up the North Banks Mark boat a few hundred miles west and is reporting the case. I'll stand by you, Captain Purnell roars to the lone figure on the conning tower. Is it as bad as that? Comes the answer. She isn't insured. She's mine. Might have guessed as much, mutters Hodson. Owner's risk is the worst risk of all. Can't I fetch St. John's, not even with this breeze? The voice quavers. Stand by to abandon ship. Haven't you any lift in you, fore or aft? Nothing but the midship tanks, and they're none too tight. You see, my ray gave out and... He coughs in the reek of the escaping gas. You poor devil. This does not reach our friend. What does the Mark boat say, George? Wants to know if there are any danger to traffic. Says she's in a bit of weather herself and can't quit station. I've turned in a general call, so even if they don't see our beam, someone's bound to help, or else we must. Shall I clear our slings? Hold on, here we are. A planet liner too. She'll be up in a tick. Tell her to have her slings ready, cries his brother captain. There won't be much time to spare. Tie up your mate, he roars to the tramp. My mate's all right. It's my engineer. He's gone crazy. Shunt the lift out of him with a spanner. Hurry. But I can make St. John's if you'll stand by. You'll make the deep, wet Atlantic in 20 minutes. You're less than 5,800 now. Get your papers. A planet liner, eastbound, heaves up in a superb spiral and takes the air of us humming. Her underbody colloid is open and her transporter slings hang down like tentacles. We shut off our beam as she adjusts herself, steering to a hair over the Trump's conning tower. The mate comes up, his arm strapped to his side, and stumbles into the cradle. A man with a ghastly scarlet head follows, shouting that he must go back and build up his ray. The mate assures him that he will find a nice new ray all ready in the liner's engine room. The bandaged head goes up, wagging excitedly. A youth and a woman follow. The liner cheers hollowly above us, and we see the passengers' faces at the saloon colloid. That's a pretty girl. What's the fool waiting for now? Says Captain Purnell. The skipper comes up, still appealing to us to stand by and see him fetch St. John's. He dives below and returns, at which we little human beings in the void cheer louder than ever, with the ship's kitten. Up fly the liner's hissing slings. Her underbody crashes home and she hurtles away again. The dial shows less than 3,000 feet. The Mark boat signals we must attend to the derelict, now whistling her death song as she falls beneath us in long, sick zigzags. Keep our beam on her and send out a general warning, says Captain Purnell, following her down. There is no need. Not a liner in air but knows the meaning of that vertical beam and gives us and our quarry a wide berth. But she'll drown in the water, won't she? I ask. Not always, is his answer. I've known a derelict upend and sift her engines out of herself and flicker round the lower lanes for 3 weeks on her forward tanks only. We'll run no risks. Pith here, George, and look sharp. There's weather ahead. Captain Hodson opens the underbody colloid, swings the heavy pithing iron out of its rack, which in liners is generally cased as a smoking room settee, and at 200 feet releases the catch. We hear the whir of the crescent-shaped arms opening as they descend. The derelict's forehead is punched in, starred across and rent diagonally. She falls stern first, our beam upon her, slides like a lost soul down that pitiless ladder of light, and the Atlantic takes her. A filthy business, says Hudson. I wonder what it must have been like in the old days. The thought had crossed my mind too. What if that wavering carcass had been filled with the men of the old days, each one of them taught, that is the horror of it, that after death he would very possibly go for ever to unspeakable torment. And scarcely a generation ago one knows now that we are only our fathers re-enlarged upon the earth, we, I say, ripped and rammed and pieced to admiration. Here Tim, from the control platform, shouts that we are to get into our inflators and to bring him his at once. We hurry into the heavy rubber suits, the engineers are already dressed, and inflate at the air pump taps. GPO inflators are thrice as thick as a racing man's flickers and chafe abominably under the armpits. George takes the wheel until Tim has blown himself up to the extreme of rotundity. If you kicked him off the CP to the deck, he would bounce back, but it is 162 that will do the kicking. The Mark boat's mad, stark raving crazy, he snorts, returning to command. She says there's a bad blowout ahead and wants me to pull over to Greenland. I'll see her peathed first. We wasted half an hour fussing over that dead duck down under, and now I'm expected to go rubbing my back all around the pole. What does she think a postal packet's made of? Gummed silk? Tell her we're coming on straight, George. George buckles him into the frame and switches on the direct control. Now under Tim's left toe lies the port engine accelerator. Under his left heel, the reverse, and so with the other foot. The lift shunt stops stand out on the rim of the steering wheel, where the fingers of his left hand can play on them. At his right hand is the midship's engine lever, ready to be thrown into gear at a moment's notice. He leans forward in his belt, eyes glued to the colloid, and one ear cocked toward the general communicator. Henceforth he is the strength and direction of 162 through whatever may befall. The Banks Mark boat is reeling out pages of ABC directions to the traffic at large. We are to secure all loose objects, hood up our flurry rays, and on no account to attempt to clear snow from our conning towers till the weather abates. Underpowered craft, we are told, can ascend to the limit of their lift, mail packets to look out for them accordingly. The lower lanes westward are pitting very badly, with frequent blowouts, vortices, laterals, etc. Still, the clear dark holds up unblemished. The only warning is the electric skin tension. I feel as though I were a lace-maker's pillow, and an irritability which the gibbering of the general communicator increases almost to hysteria. We have made 8,000 feet since we pieced the Trump, and our turbines are giving us an honest 210 knots. Very far to the west, an elongated blur of red, low down, shows us the North Banks Mark boat. There are specks of fire around her rising and falling, bewildered planets around an unstable sun, helpless shipping hanging on to her light for company's sake. No wonder she could not quit station. She warns us to look out for the backwash of the bad vortex in which, her beam shows it, she is even now reeling. The pits of gloom about us begin to fill with very faintly luminous films wreathing and uneasy shapes. One forms itself into a globe of pale flame that waits shivering with eagerness till we sweep by. It leaps monstrously across the blackness, alights on the precise tip of our nose, pirouettes there an instant, and swings off. Our roaring bow sinks as though that light were lead, sinks and recovers to lurch and stumble again beneath the next blowout. Tim's fingers on the lift shunt strike chords of numbers, 147, 246, 753, and so on, for he is running by his tanks only, lifting or lowering her against the uneasy air. All three engines are at work, for the sooner we have skated over this thin ice, the better. Higher we dare not go. The whole upper vault is charged with pale krypton vapors, which our skin friction may excite to unholy manifestations. Between the upper and lower levels, 5,000 and 7,000 hints the Mark boat, we may perhaps bolt through if... Our bow clothes itself in blue flame and falls like a sword. No human skill can keep pace with the changing tensions. A vortex has us by the beak, and we dive down a 2,000-foot slant at an angle, the deep dial and my bouncing body recorded, of 35. Our turbines scream shrilly. The propellers cannot bite on the thin air. Tim shunts the lift out of 5 tanks at once, and by sheer weight drives her bullet-wise through the maelstrom till she cushions with a jar on an upgust 3,000 feet below. "Now we've done it," says George in my ear. "Our skin friction, that last slide, has played old Harry with the tensions. Look out for laterals, Tim. She'll want some holding." "I've got her," is the answer. "Come up, old woman." She comes up nobly, but the laterals buffet her left and right like the pinions of angry angels. She is jolted off her course 4 ways at once and cuffed into place again, only to be swung aside and dropped into a new chaos. We are never without a corposant grinning on our bows, or rolling head over heels from nose to midships, and to the crackle of electricity around and within us is added once or twice the rattle of hail, hail that will never fall on any sea. Slow we must, or we may break our back pitch-poling. "Air's a perfectly elastic fluid," roars George above the tumult. "About as elastic as a head sea off the Fastnet, ain't it?" He is less than just to the good element. If one intrudes on the heavens when they are balancing their volt accounts, if one disturbs the high gods' market rates by hurling steel hulls at 90 knots across tremblingly adjusted electric tensions, one must not complain of any rudeness in the reception. Tim met it with an unmoved countenance, one corner of his under lip caught up on a tooth, his eyes fleeting into the blackness 20 miles ahead, and the fierce sparks flying from his knuckles at every turn of the hand. Now and again he shook his head to clear the sweat trickling from his eyebrows, and it was then that George, watching his chance, would slide down the life rail and swab his face quickly with a big red handkerchief. I never imagined that a human being could so continuously labour and so collectedly think as did Tim through that hell's half-hour when the flurry was at its worst. We were dragged hither and yon by warm or frozen sanctions, belched up on the tops of woolly-was, spun down by vortices, and clubbed aside by laterals under a dizzying rush of stars in the company of a drunken moon. I heard the rushing click of the midship engine lever sliding in and out, the low growl of the lift shunts, and louder than the yelling winds without, the scream of the bow rudder gouging into any lull that promised hold for an instant. At last we began to claw up on a cant, bow rudder and port propeller together. Only the nicest balancing of tanks saved us from spinning like the rifle bullet of the old days. "We've got to hitch to windward of that mark boat somehow," George cried. "There's no windward," I protested feebly, where I swung shackled to a stanchion. "How can there be?" He laughed. As we pitched into a 1,000-foot blowout, that red man laughed beneath his inflated hood. "Look," he said, "we must clear those refugees with a high lift." The mark boat was below and a little to the southwest of us, fluctuating in the centre of her distraught galaxy. The air was thick with moving lights at every level. I take it most of them were trying to lie ahead to wind, but not being hydras, they failed. An under-tanked Mograbi boat had risen to the limit of her lift, and finding no improvement, had dropped a couple of thousand. There she met a superb woolly-wa, and was blown up spinning like a dead leaf. Instead of shutting off, she went astern and, naturally, rebounded, as from a wall, almost into the mark boat, whose language, our GC took it in, was humanly simple. "If they'd only ride it out quietly, it would be better," said George in a calm, while we climbed like a bat above them all. "But some skippers will navigate without enough lift. What does that tugboat think she's doing, Tim?" "Playing kiss in the ring," was Tim's unmoved reply. A trans-Asiatic direct liner had found a smooth and butted into it full power. But there was a vortex at the tail of that smooth, so the TAD was flipped out like a pea from off a fingernail, breaking madly as she fled down, and all but over-ending. "Now I hope she's satisfied," said Tim. "I'm glad I'm not a mark boat. Do I want help?" The general communicator dial had caught his ear. "George, you may tell that gentleman with my love, remember, George, that I do not want help. Who is the officious sardine tin?" "A Rimouski drogger on the lookout for a tow." "Very kind of the Rimouski drogger. This postal packet isn't being towed at present. Those drogers will go anywhere on a chance of salvage, George explained. We call 'em kittiwakes. A long-beaked, bright, steel 90-footer floated at ease for one instant within hail of us, her slings coiled ready for rescues, and a single hand in her open tower. He was smoking. Surrendered to the insurrection of the airs through which he tore our way, he lay in absolute peace. I saw the smoke of his pipe ascend untroubled ere his boat dropped. It seemed like a stone in a well. He had just cleared the mark boat and her disorderly neighbours when the storm ended as suddenly as it had begun. A shooting star to northward filled the sky with the green blink of a meteorite dissipating itself in our atmosphere. Said George, "That may iron out all the tensions." Even as he spoke, the conflicting winds came to rest. The levels filled. The laterals died out in long, easy swells. The airways were smoothed before us. In less than 3 minutes the covey round the mark boat had shipped their power lights and whirred away upon their businesses. "What's happened?" I gasped. The nerve storm within and the volt tingle without had passed. My inflators weighed like lead. "God, he knows," said Captain George soberly. "That old shooting star's skin friction has discharged the different levels. I've seen it happen before. Phew, what a relief!" We dropped from 10 to 6,000 and got rid of our clammy suits. Tim shut off and stepped out of the frame. The mark boat was coming up behind us. He opened the colloid in that heavenly stillness and mopped his face. "Hello, Williams," he cried. "A degree or two out of station, ain't you?" "Maybe," was the answer from the mark boat. "I've had some company this evening." "So I noticed." "Wasn't that quite a little draught?" "I warned you. Why didn't you pull out north? The eastbound packets have." "Me? Not till I'm running a polar consumptive sanatorium boat. I was squinting through a colloid before you were out of your cradle, my son." "I'd be the last man to deny it," the captain of the mark boat replied softly. "The way you handled her just now, I'm a pretty fair judge of traffic in a volt hurry. It was 1,000 revolutions beyond anything even I've ever seen." Tim's back supples visibly to this oiling. Captain George, on the CP, winks and points to the portrait of the singularly attractive maiden pinned up on Tim's telescope bracket above the steering wheel. I see. Wholly and entirely do I see. There is some talk overhead of coming round to tea on Friday, a brief report of the derelict's fate, and Tim volunteers as he descends. For an ABC man, young Williams is less of a high-tension fool than some. "Were you thinking of taking her on, George?" "Then I'll just have a look around that port thrust. Seems to me it's a trifle warm, and we'll jog along." The mark boat hums off joyously and hangs herself up in her appointed eyrie. Here she will stay, a shutterless observatory, a lifeboat station, a salvage tug, a court of ultimate appeal cum meteorological bureau for 300 miles in all directions, till Wednesday next, when her relief slides across the stars to take her buffeted place. Her black hull, double conning tower, and ever-ready slings represent all that remains to the planet of that odd old word authority. She is responsible only to the Aerial Board of Control, the ABC, of which Tim speaks so flippantly. But that semi-elected, semi-nominated body of a few score of persons of both sexes controls this planet. Transportation is civilization, our motto runs. Theoretically, we do what we please so long as we do not interfere with the traffic and all it implies. Practically, the ABC confirms or annuls all international arrangements and, to judge from its last report, finds our tolerant, humorous, lazy little planet only too ready to shift the whole burden of public administration on its shoulders. I discussed this with Tim, sipping maté on the CP, while George fans her along over the white blur of the banks in beautiful upward curves of 50 miles each. The deep dial translates them on the tape in flowing freehand. Tim gathers up a skein of it and surveys the last few feet, which record 162's path through the volt flurry. "I haven't had a fever chart like this to show up in 5 years, he says ruefully. A postal packet's deep dial records every yard of every run. The tapes then go to the ABC, which collates and makes composite photographs of them for the instruction of captains. Tim studies his irrevocable past, shaking his head. "Hello! Here's a 1,500-foot drop at 55 degrees. We must have been standing on our heads then, George." "You don't say so," George answers. "I fancied I noticed it at the time." George may not have Captain Purnell's cat-like swiftness, but he is all an artist to the tips of the broad fingers that play on the shunt stops. The delicious flight curves come away on the tape with never a waver. The mark-boat's vertical spindle of light lies down to eastward, setting in the face of the following stars. Westward, where no planet should rise, the triple verticals of Trinity Bay, we keep still to the southern route, make a low lifting haze. We seem the only thing at rest under all the heavens, floating at ease till the earth's revolution shall turn up our landing towers. And minute by minute our silent clock gives us a 16-second mile. "Some fine night," says Tim. "We'll be even with that clock's master." "He's coming now," says George over his shoulder. "I'm chasing the night west." The stars ahead dim no more than if a film of mist had been drawn under unobserved, but the deep air boom on our skin changes to a joyful shout. "The dawn gust," says Tim. "It'll go on to meet the sun. Look, look! There's the dark being cramped back over our bows. Come to the after colloid, I'll show you something. The engine room is hot and stuffy. The clerks in the coach are asleep, and the slave of the rave is ready to follow them." Tim slides up on the aft colloid and reveals the curve of the world, the ocean's deepest purple, edged with fuming and intolerable gold. Then the sun rises, and through the colloid strikes out our lamps. Tim scowls in his face. "Squirrels in a cage," he mutters. "That's all we are, squirrels in a cage. He's going twice as fast as us. Just you wait a few years, my shining friend, and we'll take steps that will amaze you. We'll Joshua you." Yes, that is our dream, to turn all earth into the Vale of Ajalon at our pleasure. So far we can drag out the dawn to twice its normal length in these latitudes. But some day, even on the equator, we shall hold the sun level in his full stride. Now we look down on a sea thronged with heavy traffic. A big submersible breaks water suddenly. Another and another follows, with a swash and a suck and a savage bubbling of relieved pressures. The deep-sea freighters are rising to lung up after the long night, and the leisurely ocean is all patterned with peacock's eyes of foam. "We'll lung up too," says Tim, and when we return to the CP, George shuts off, the colloids are opened, and the fresh air sweeps her out. There is no hurry. The old contracts, they will be revised at the end of the year, allow 12 hours for a run, which any packet can put behind her in 10. So we breakfast in the arms of an easterly slant, which pushes us along at a languid 20. To enjoy life and tobacco, begin both on a sunny morning, half a mile or so above the dappled Atlantic cloud belts, and after a volt flurry which has cleared and tempered your nerves. While we discuss the thickening traffic with the superiority that comes of having a high level reserved to ourselves, we heard, and I for the first time, the morning hymn on a hospital boat. She was cloaked by a skein of ravelled fluff beneath us, and we caught the chant before she rose into the sunlight. "O ye winds of God," sang the unseen voices, "bless ye the Lord. Praise him and magnify him forever." We slid off our caps and joined in. When our shadow fell across her great open platforms, they looked up and stretched out their hands neighbourly while they sang. We could see the doctors and the nurses and the white button-like faces of the cot patients. She passes slowly beneath us, heading northward, her hull, wet with the dews of the night, all ablaze in the sunshine. So took she the shadow of a cloud and vanished, her song continuing. "O ye holy and humble men of heart, bless ye the Lord. Praise him and magnify him forever." She's a public langer, or she wouldn't have been singing the Benedicite. And she's a Greenlander, or she wouldn't have snowblinds over her colloids, said George at last. She'll be bound for Frederikshavn or one of the glacier sanatoriums for a month. If she was an accident ward, she'd be hung up at the 8,000-foot level. Yes, consumptives. Funny how the new things are the old things. I've read in books, Tim answered, that savages used to haul their sick and wounded up to the tops of hills because microbes were fewer there. We hoist them into sterilized air for a while. Same idea. How much do the doctors say we've added to the average life of a man? 30 years, says George with a twinkle in his eye. Are we going to spend them all up here, Tim? Flap ahead then, flap ahead. Who's hindering? The senior captain laughed as we went in. We held a good lift to clear the coastwise and continental shipping, and we had need of it. Though our route is in no sense a populated one, there is a steady trickle of traffic this way along. We met Hudson Bay furriers out of the Great Preserve, hurrying to make their departure from Bona Vista with sable and black fox for the insatiable markets. We overcrossed Keewatin liners, small and cramped, but their captains, who see no land between Trepassey and Blanco, know what gold they bring back from West Africa. Transasiatic directs we met, soberly ringing the world round the 50th meridian, at an honest 70 knots, and white patent Ackroyd and hand fruiters out of the south fled beneath us, their ventilated hulls whistling like Chinese kites. Their market is in the north, among the northern sanatoria, where you can smell their grapefruit and bananas across the cold snows. Argentine beef boats we sighted too, of enormous capacity and unlovely outline. They, too, feed the northern health stations in ice-bound ports where submersibles dare not rise. Yellow-bellied ore flats and Ungava petrol tanks punted down leisurely out of the north, like strings of unfrightened wild duck. It does not pay to fly minerals and oil a mile further than is necessary, but the risks of transshipping to submersibles in the icepack off Nain or Hebron are so great that these heavy freighters fly down to Halifax direct and send the air as they go. They are the biggest tramps aloft except the Athabasca grain tubs, but these last, now that the wheat is moved, are busy over the world's shoulder timber lifting in Siberia. We held to the St. Lawrence. It is astonishing how the old waterways still pull us children of the air, and followed his broad line of black between its drifting ice blocks, all down the park that the wisdom of our fathers, but everyone knows the Quebec run. We dropped to the Heights receiving towers 20 minutes ahead of time, and there hung at ease till the Yokohama intermediate packet could pull out and give us our proper slip. It was curious to watch the action of the holding down clips all along the frosty river front as the boats cleared or came to rest. A big Hamburger was leaving Pont Levis, and her crew, unshipping the platform railings, began to sing Elsinore, the oldest of our chanties. You know it, of course. Mother Rugensti has on the Baltic, 40 couple waltzing on the floor. And you can watch my ray, for I must go away and dance with Ella Swain at Elsinore. Then, while they sweated home the covering plates, nor, west from Surabaya to the Baltic, 90 knot an hour to the Sco. Mother Rugensti has on the Baltic, and to dance with Ella Swain at Elsinore. The clips parted with a gesture of indignant dismissal, as though Quebec, glittering under her snows, were casting out these light and unworthy lovers. Our signal came from the Heights. Tim turned and floated up, but surely then it was with passionate appeal that the great tower arms flung open. Or did I think so because on the upper staging a little hooded figure also opened her arms wide toward her father? In 10 seconds the coach with its clerks clashed down to the receiving caisson. The holsters displaced the engineers at the idle turbines, and Tim, prouder of this than all, introduced me to the maiden of the photograph on the shelf. And by the way, said he to her, stepping forth in sunshine under the hat of civil life, I saw young Williams in the Mark boat. I've asked him to tea on Friday. Aerial Board of Control. Lights. No changes in English inland lights for week ending December the 18th. Cape Verde. Week ending December the 18th, Verde inclined guide light changes from first Proxima to triple flash, green, white, green, in place of occulting red as heretofore. The warning light for harmattan winds will be continuous vertical glare, white, on all oases of trans-Saharan northeast by east main routes. Invercargill, New Zealand, from first Proxima, extreme southerly light, double red, will exhibit white beam incline 45 degrees on approach on southerly Buster. Traffic flies high off this coast between April and October. Table Bay. Devil's Peak glare removed to Simonsburg. Traffic making Table Mountain coastwise keep all lights from 3 Anchor Bay at least 2,000 feet under and do not round to till east of East Shoulder, Devil's Peak. Sandheads Light. Green triple vertical marks new private landing stage for Bay and Burma traffic only. Snaffle Jokel. White occulting light withdrawn for winter. Patagonia. No summer light South Cape Pillar. This includes Staten Island and Port Stanley. Cape Navarine. Quadruple fog flash, white, 1-minute intervals, new. East Cape. Fog flash, single white with single bomb, 30-second intervals, new. Malayan Archipelago. Lights unreliable owing eruptions. Lay from Cape Somerset to Singapore direct, keeping highest levels. For the board, Caterham, St. Just, Van Hedder, lights. Casualties. Week ending December 18th. Sable Island. Green single barbette tower freighter, number indistinguishable, upended and fore tank pierced after collision past 300 feet level 2 p.m. December the 15th. Watched to water and peathed by markboat. NF Banks. Postal packet 162 reports Halma freighter, Fowey St. John's, abandoned, leaking after weather, 46 degrees 15 minutes north, 50 degrees 15 minutes west. Crew rescued by Planet Liner Asteroid. Watched to water and peathed by postal packet December the 14th. Kerguelen. Markboat reports last call from Saimina freighter, Geir Tong Hakan Company, taking water and sinking in snowstorm South McDonald Islands. No wreckage recovered. Messages and wills of crew at all ABC offices. Pheasant. TAD freighter Ulima taken ground during Harmattan on Akakas Range. Underplate strained. Crew at God were repairing December the 13th. Biscay. Markboat reports Carducci, Vallandigham line, slightly spiked in Western Gorge, Point de Benasque. Passengers transferred Andorra, Fulton line. Barcelona markboat solving cargo December the 12th. Ascension markboat, wreck of unknown racing plane, pardon rudder, wire-stiffened Xylanite vans, and Harley's engine seating, sighted and solved, 7 degrees 20 minutes south, 18 degrees 41 minutes west, December the 15th. Photos at all ABC offices. Missing. No answer to general call having been received during the last week from following overdues. They are posted as missing. Atlantis, West, 17630, Canton, Valparaiso. Authumla, West, 889, Stockholm, Odessa. Berenice, West, 2206, Riga, Vladivostok. Draco, East, 446, Coventry, Punta Serenas. Tontin, East, 3068, Cape Wrath, Ungava. Vusung, East, 41776, Hanko, Lobito Bay. General call, all markboats, out 4. Jane Eyre, West, 6990, Port Rupert, City of Mexico. Santander, West, 5514, Gobi Desert, Manila. V. Edmundson, East, 9690, Kandahar, Fiume. Broke for obstruction and quitting levels. Valkyrie, Racing Plane, A.J. Hartley, owner, New York, twice warned. Geisha, Racing Plane, S. Van Cott, owner, Philadelphia, twice warned. Marvel of Peru, Racing Plane, J.X. Pejoto, owner, Rio de Janeiro, twice warned. For the board, Lazarev, Macau, Goldblatt, traffic. Notes. High-level sleet. The northern weather so far shows no sign of improvement. From all quarters come complaints of the unusual prevalence of sleet at the higher levels. Racing planes and digs alike have suffered severely, the former from unequal deposits of half-frozen slush on their vans, and only those who have held up a badly balanced plane in a crosswind know what that means, and the latter from loaded bows and snow-cased bodies. As a consequence, the northern and northwestern upper levels have been practically abandoned, and the high flyers have returned to the ignoble security of the 3, 5, and 600 foot levels. but there remains a few undaunted sun hunters who, in spite of frozen stays and ice-jammed connecting rods, still haunt the blue Empyrean. Bad boat racing. The scandals of the past few years have at last moved the yachting world to concerted action in regard to the bad boat racing. We have been treated to the spectacle of what are practically keeled racing planes driven a clear 5 feet or more above the water, and only eased down to touch their so-called native element as they near the line. Judges and starters have been conveniently blind to this absurdity, but the public demonstration of St. Catherine's Light at the autumn regattas has borne ample, if tardy, fruit. In the future, the bad is to be a boat, and the long unheeded demand of the true sportsman for no daylight under mid-keel in smooth water is in a fair way to be conceded. The new rule severely restricts plain area and lift alike. The gas compartments are permitted both fore and aft as in the old type, but the water ballast central tank is rendered obligatory. These things work, if not for perfection, at least for the evolution of a sane and wholesome waterborne cruiser. The type of rudder is unaffected by the new rules, so we may expect to see the Long-Davidson make, the patent on which has expired, come largely into use henceforward, though the strain on the sternpost in turning at speeds over 40 miles an hour is admittedly very severe. But bad boat racing has a great future before it. Crete and the ABC. The story of the recent Cretan crisis, as told in the ABC monthly report, is not without humor. Till the 25th of October, Crete, as all our planet knows, was the sole surviving European repository of autonomous institutions, local self-government, and the rest of the archaic lumber devised in the past for the confusion of human affairs. She has lived practically on the tourist traffic attracted by her annual pageants of parliaments, boards, municipal councils, etc., etc. Last summer, the islanders grew wearied, as their premier explained, of playing at being savages for pennies, and proceeded to pull down all the landing towers on the island and shut off general communication till such time as the ABC should annex them. For side-splitting comedy, we would refer our readers to the correspondence between the Board of Control and the Cretan Premier during the war. However, all's well that ends well. The ABC have taken over the administration of Crete on normal lines, and tourists must go elsewhere to witness the debates, resolutions, and popular movements of the old days. The only people to suffer will be the Board of Control, which is grievously overworked already. It is easy enough to condemn the Cretans for their laziness, but when one recalls the large, prosperous, and presumably public-spirited communities which during the last few years have deliberately thrown themselves into the hands of the ABC, one cannot be too hard upon St. Paul's old friends. Correspondence. Skylarking on the Equator. To the Editor. Only last week, while crossing the Equator, West 2615, I became aware of a furious and irregular cannonading, some 15 or 20 knots south 4 east. Descending to the 500-feet level, I found a party of Transylvanian tourists engaged in exploding scores of the largest pattern atmospheric bombs, ABC standard, and in the intervals of their pleasing labours, firing bow and stern smoke-ring swivels. This orgy, I can give it no other name, went on for at least 2 hours, and naturally produced violent electric derangements. My compasses, of course, were thrown out, my bow was struck twice, and I received 2 brisk shocks from the lower platform rail. On remonstrating, I was told that these professors were engaged in scientific experiments. The extent of their scientific knowledge may be judged by the fact that they expected to produce, I give their own words, a little blue sky, if they went on long enough. This in the heart of the doldrums at 450 feet. I have no objection to any amount of blue sky in its proper place. It can be found at the 4,000 level for practically 12 months out of the year, but I submit, with all deference to the educational needs of Transylvania, that skylarking in the centre of a main travelled road where, at the best of times, electricity, literally drips off one's stanchions and screw blades, is unnecessary. When my friends had finished, the road was seared and blown and pitted with unequal pressure layers, spirals, vortices, and readjustments for at least an hour. I pitched badly twice in an upward rush, solely due to these diabolical throwdowns that came near to wrecking my propeller. Equatorial work at low levels is trying enough in all conscience without the added terrors of scientific hooliganism in the doldrums. Aril, J. Vincent Mathen. We entirely sympathize with Professor Mathen's views, but till the Board sees fit to further regulate the southern areas in which scientific experiments may be conducted, we shall always be exposed to the risk which our correspondent describes. Unfortunately, a chimera bombinating in a vacuum is, nowadays, only too capable of producing secondary causes. Editor. Answers to correspondence. Vigilance. The laws of auroral derangements are still imperfectly understood. Any overheated motor may of course cease without warning, but so many complaints have reached us of accidents similar to yours while shooting the Aurora that we are inclined to believe, with Laval, that the upper strata of the Aurora Borealis are practically one big electric leak, and that the paralysis of your engines was due to complete magnetization of all metallic parts. Low-flying planes often glue up when near the magnetic pole, and there is no reason in science why the same disability should not be experienced in higher levels when the auroras are delivering strongly. Indignant. On your own showing, you were not under control. That you could not hoist the necessary NUC lights on approaching a traffic lane because your electrics had short-circuited is a misfortune which might befall anyone. The ABC, being responsible for the planet's traffic, cannot, however, make allowance for this kind of misfortune. A reference to the code will show that you were fined on the lower scale. Planiston 1. The 5,000-kilometer overland was won last year by L.V. Roach. R.M. Roach, his brother, in the same week pulling off the 10,000 over sea. R.M.'s average worked out at a fraction over 500 kilometers per hour, thus constituting a record. 2. Theoretically, there is no limit to the lift of a dirigible. For commercial and practical purposes, 15,000 tons is accepted as the most manageable. Paterfamilias. None whatever. He is liable for direct damage both to your chimneys and any collateral damage caused by fall of bricks into garden, etc., etc. Bodily inconvenience and mental anguish may be included, but the average courts are not, as a rule, swayed by sentiment. If you can prove that his grapnel removed any portion of your roof, you had better rest your case on the coverture of domicile. See Parkins versus Duboulet. We sympathize with your position, but the night of the 14th was stormy and confused, and you may have to anchor on a stranger's chimney yourself some night. Verbum sap. Aldebaran 1. War, as a paying concern, ceased in 1967. 2. The Convention of London expressly reserves to every nation the right of waging war so long as it does not interfere with the traffic and all that implies. 3. The ABC was constituted in 1949. LMD 1. Keep your full head on at half power, taking advantage of the lulls to speed up and creep into it. She will strain much less this way than in quartering across a gale. 2. Nothing is to be gained by reversing into a following gale, and there is always risk of a turnover. 3. The formulae for stunsail brakes are uniformly unreliable, and will continue to be so as long as air is compressible. Pegamoid 1. Personally, we prefer glass or flax compounds to any other material for winter work nose caps, as being absolutely non-hygroscopic. 2. We cannot recommend any particular make. Pulmonar 1. For the symptoms you describe, try the Gobi Desert sanatoria. The low levels of most of the Saharan sanatoria are against them except at the outset of the disease. 2. We do not recommend boarding houses or hotels in this column. Beginner. On still days, the air above a large inhabited city being slightly warmer, i.e. thinner, than the atmosphere of the surrounding country, a plane drops a little on entering the rarefied area. precisely as a ship sinks a little in fresh water, hence the phenomena of jolt and your inexplicable collisions with factory chimneys. In air, as on earth, it is safest to fly high. Emergency. There is only one rule of the road in air, earth, and water. Do you want the firmament to yourself? Picciola. Both poles have been overdone in art and literature. Leave them to science for the next 20 years. You did not send a stump with your verses. North Nigeria. The mark boat was within her right in warning you off the reserve. The shadow of a low-flying dirigible scares the game. You can buy all the photos you need at Sokoto. New era. It is not etiquette to overcross an ABC official's boat without asking permission. He is one of the body responsible for the planet's traffic, and for that reason must not be interfered with. You, presumably, are out on your own business or pleasure, and must leave him alone. For humanity's sake, don't try to be democratic. Excoriated. All inflators chafe sooner or later. You must go on till your skin hardens by practice. Meanwhile, Vaseline. Review. The Life of Xavier Laval. Reviewed by René Talon. École Aéronautique, Paris. 10 years ago, Laval, that imperturbable dreamer of the heavens, as Lazarev hailed him, gathered together the fruits of a lifetime's labor and gave it, with well-justified contempt, to a world bound hand and foot to Borrow's theory of vertices and compensating electric nodes. They shall see, he wrote, in that immortal postscript to the heart of the cyclone, the laws whose existence they derided written in fire beneath them. But even here, he continues, there is no finality. Better 1,000 times my conclusion should be discredited than that my dead name should lie across the threshold of the temple of science, a bar to further inquiry. So died Laval, a prince of the powers of the air, and even at his funeral, Cellier jested at him who had gone to discover the secrets of the aurora borealis. If I choose thus to be banal, it is only to remind you that Cellier's theories are today as exploded as the ludicrous deductions of the Spanish school. In the place of their fugitive and warring dreams, we have, definitely, Laval's law of the cyclone, which he surprised, in darkness and cold, at the foot of the overarching throne of the aurora borealis. It is there that I, intent on my own investigations, have passed and repassed 100 times the worn leonine face, white as the snow beneath him, furrowed with wrinkles like the seams and gashes upon the North Cape, the nervous hand, integrally a part of the mechanism of his flighter, and above all, the wonderful lambent eyes turned to the zenith. Master, I would cry, as I moved respectfully beneath him, what is it you seek today? And always the answer clear and without doubt from above, the old secret, my son. The immense egotism of youth forced me on my own path, but, cry of the human always, had I known, if I had known, I would many times have bartered my poor laurels for the privilege, such as Tinsley and Herrera possess, of having aided him in his monumental researches. It is to the filial piety of Victor Laval that we owe the 2 volumes consecrated to the grand life of his father, so full of the holy intimacies of the domestic hearth. Once returned from the abysms of the utter north to the little house upon the outskirts of Meudon, it was not the philosopher, the daring observer, the man of iron energy that imposed himself on his family, but a fat and even plaintive jester, a farceur incarnate and kindly, the co-equal of his children, and it must be written, not seldom, the comic despair of Madame Laval, who, as she writes 5 years after the marriage to her venerable mother, found, in this unequalled intellect whose name I bear, the abandon of a large and very untidy boy. Here is her letter. Xavier returned from I do not know where at midnight, absorbed in calculations on the eternal question of his Aurora, la belle Aurore, whom I begin to hate. Instead of anchoring, I had set out the guide light above our roof, so he had but to descend and fasten the plane. He wandered, profoundly distracted, above the town with his anchor down. Figure to yourself, dear mother, it is the roof of the mayor's house that the grapnel first engages. That I do not regret, for the mayor's wife and I are not sympathetic. But when Xavier uproots my pet araucaria and bears it across the garden into the conservatory, I protest at the top of my voice. Little Victor in his night-clothes runs to the window, enormously amused at the parabolic flight without reason, for it is too dark to see the grapnel of my prized tree. The mayor of Meudon thunders at our door in the name of the law, demanding, I suppose, my husband's head. Here is the conversation through the megaphone. Xavier is 200 feet above us. Monsieur Laval, descend and make reparation for outrage of domicile. Descend, Monsieur Laval. No one answers. Xavier Laval, in the name of the law, descend and submit to process for outrage of domicile. Xavier, roused from his calculations, comprehending only the last words, outrage of domicile? My dear mayor, who is the man that has corrupted thy Julie? The mayor, furious. Xavier Laval! Xavier interrupting. I have not that felicity. I am only a dealer in cyclones. My faith, he raised one then. All Meudon attended in the streets. And my Xavier, after a long time comprehending what he had done, excused himself in 1,000 apologies. At last the reconciliation was effected in our house over a supper at 2 in the morning, Julie in a wonderful costume of compromises, and I have her and the mayor pacified in bed in the blue room. And on the next day, while the mayor rebuilds his roof, Herr Xavier departs anew for the Aurora Borealis, there to commence his life's work. Monsieur Victor Laval tells us of that historic collision, unplanned, on the flank of Hecla between Herrera, then a pillar of the Spanish school, and the man destined to confute his theories and lead him intellectually captive. Even through the years, the immense laugh of Laval as he sustains the Spaniard's wrecked plane and cries, "Courage! I shall not fall till I have found truth, and I hold you fast," rings like the call of trumpets. This is that Laval whom the world, immersed in speculations of immediate gain, did not know nor suspect, the Laval whom they adjudged to the last a pedant and a theorist. The human, as apart from the scientific, side, developed in his own volumes, of his epoch-making discoveries, is marked with a simplicity, clarity, and good sense beyond praise. I would specially refer such as doubt the sustaining influence of ancestral faith upon character and will, to the 11th and 19th chapters, in which are contained the opening and consummation of the Tellurionical records extending over 9 years. Of their tremendous significance, be sure that the modest house at Meudon knew as little as that the records would one day be the planet's standard in all official meteorology. It was enough for them that their Xavier, this son, this father, this husband, ascended periodically to commune with powers, it might be angelic, beyond their comprehension, and that they united daily in prayers for his safety. "Pray for me," he says upon the eve of each of his excursions, and returning, with an equal simplicity, he renders thanks, after supper in the little room where he kept his barometers. To the last, Laval was a Catholic of the old school, excepting he who had looked into the very heart of the lightnings, the dogmas of papal infallibility, of absolution, of confession, of relics great and small, marvellous, enviable contradiction. The completion of the Tellurionical records closed what Laval himself was pleased to call the theoretical side of his labours from which the youngest and least impressionable planeur might well have shrunk. He had traced through cold and heat, across the deeps of the oceans, with instruments of his own invention, over the inhospitable heart of the polar ice and the sterile visage of the deserts, league by league, patiently, unweariedly, remorselessly, from their ever-shifting cradle under the magnetic pole to their exalted death-bed in the utmost ether of the upper atmosphere, each one of the isoconic tellurions, Laval's curves, as we call them today. He had disentangled the nodes of their intersections, assigning to each its regulated period of flux and reflux. Thus equipped, he summons Herrera and Tinsley, his pupils, to the final demonstration as calmly as though he were ordering his flighters for some midday journey to Marseille. "I have proved my thesis," he writes. "It remains now only that you should witness the proof. We go to Manila tomorrow. A cyclone will form off the Pescadores, south 17 east in 4 days. and will reach its maximum intensity 27 hours after inception. It is there I will show you the truth. A letter heretofore unpublished from Herrera to Madame Laval tells us how the master's prophecy was verified. I will not destroy its simplicity or its significance by any attempt to quote. Note well, though, that Herrera's preoccupation throughout that day and night of superhuman strain is always for the master's bodily health and comfort. At such a time, he writes, I forced the master to take the broth, or I made him put on the fur coat as you told me. Nor is Tinsley, see pages 184-85, less concerned. He prepares the nourishment, he cooks eternally, imperturbably, suspended in the chaos of which the master interprets the meaning. Tinsley, bowed down with the laurels of both hemispheres, raises himself to yet nobler heights in his capacity of a devoted chef. It is almost unbelievable, and yet men write of the master as cold, aloof, self-contained. Such characters do not elicit the joyous and unswerving devotion which Laval commanded throughout life. Truly, we have changed very little in the course of the ages. The secrets of earth and sky, and the links that bind them, we felicitate ourselves we are on the road to discover, but our neighbour's heart and mind we misread, we misjudge, we condemn, now as ever. Let all, then, who love a man read these most human, tender, and wise volumes. End of section 7.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. The Four Angels. As Adam lay a-dreaming beneath the apple tree, the angel of the earth came down and offered earth in fee. But Adam did not need it, nor the plough he would not speed it, singing earth and water, air and fire. What more can mortal man desire? The apple trees in bud. As Adam lay a-dreaming beneath the apple tree, the angel of the waters offered all the seas in fee. But Adam would not take 'em, nor the ships he wouldn't make 'em, singing water, earth, and air and fire. What more can mortal man desire? The apple trees in leaf. As Adam lay a-dreaming beneath the apple tree, the angel of the air, he offered all the air in fee. But Adam did not crave it, nor the flight he wouldn't brave it, singing air and water, earth and fire. What more can mortal man desire? The apple trees in bloom. As Adam lay a-dreaming beneath the apple tree, the angel of the fire rose up, and not a word said he. But he wished a fire and made it, and in Adam's heart he laid it, singing, fire, fire, burning fire, stand up and reach your heart's desire. The apple blossoms set. As Adam was a-working outside of Eden wall, He used the earth, he used the seas, he used the air and all. And out of black disaster he arose to be the master of earth and water, air and fire, but never reached his heart's desire. The apple trees cut down. End of section 8. Recording by Cornel Nemes in Reno, Nevada.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. A Deal in Cotton. Long and long ago, when Devadatta was king of Benares, I wrote some tales concerning Strickland of the Punjab police, who married Miss Youghal, and Adam, his son. Strickland has finished his Indian service and lives now at a place in England called Weston-super-Mare, where his wife plays the organ in one of the churches. Semi-occasionally he comes up to London, and occasionally his wife makes him visit his friends. Otherwise he plays golf and follows the harriers for his figure's sake. If you remember that infant who told the tale to Eustace Cleaver the novelist, you will remember that he became a baronet with a vast estate. He has, owing to cookery, a little lost his figure, but he never loses his friends. I have found a wing of his house turned into a hospital for sick men, and there I once spent a week in the company of 2 dismal nurses and a specialist in sprue. Another time the place was full of schoolboys, sons of Anglo-Indians whom the infant had collected for the holidays, and they nearly broke his keeper's heart. But my last visit was better. The infant called me up by wire, and I fell into the arms of a friend of mine, Colonel A.L. Corcoran, so that the years departed from us, and we praised Allah, who had not yet terminated the delights nor separated the companions. Said Corcoran, when he had explained how it felt to command a native infantry regiment on the border, "The Stricks are coming for tonight with their boy." "I remember him, the little fellow I wrote a story about," I said. "Is he in the service?" "No. Strick got him into the Central Euro-Africa Protectorate. He's Assistant Commissioner at Dupe, wherever that is. Somaliland, ain't it, Stocky?" asked the infant. Stocky puffed out his nostrils scornfully. "You're only 3,000 miles out. Look at the atlas." "Anyhow, he's as rotten full of fever as the rest of you," said the infant, at length on the big divan, "and he's bringing a native servant with him. Stocky be an athlete, and tell Ips to put him in the stable room." "Why, is he a yow, like the fellow Wade brought here, when your housekeeper had fits?" Stocky often visits the infant, and has seen some odd things. "No, he's one of old Strickland's Punjabi policemen, and quite European, I believe." "Hooray! Haven't talked Punjabi for 3 months, and a Punjabi from Central Africa ought to be amusin'." We heard the chuff of the motor in the porch, and the first to enter was Agnes Strickland, whom the infant makes no secret of adoring. He is devoted, in a fat man's placid way, to at least 8 designing women. But she nursed him once through a bad bout of Peshawar fever, and when she is in the house, it is more than all hers. "You didn't send Rug Shnuff," she began. "Adam might have taken a chill." "It's quite warm in the tonneau. Why did you let him ride in front?" "Because he wanted to," she replied, with a mother's smile, and we were introduced to the shadow of a young man leaning heavily on the shoulder of a bearded Punjabi Mohammedan. "That is all that came home of him," said his father to me. "There was nothing in it of the child with whom I had journeyed to Dalhousie centuries since." "And what is this uniform?" Stocky asked of Imam Din, the servant, who came to attention on the marble floor. "The uniform of the Protectorate troops, Sahib. Though I am the little Sahib's body servant, it is not seemly for us white men to be attended by folk dressed altogether as servants." And you white men wait at table on horseback?" Stocky pointed to the man's spurs. "These I added for the sake of honor when I came to England," said Imam Din. Adam smiled the ghost of a little smile that I began to remember, and we put him on the big couch for refreshments. Stocky asked him how much leave he had, and he said 6 months. But he'll take another 6 on medical certificate, said Agnes anxiously. Adam knit his brows. You don't want to, eh? I know. Wonder what my second-in-command is doing. Stocky tugged his mustache and fell to thinking of his Sikhs. Ah, said the infant, I have only a few thousand peasants to look after. Come along and dress for dinner. We're just ourselves. What flower is your honour's ladyship commanding for the table? Just ourselves, she said, looking at the curtains in the great hall. Then let's have marigolds, the little cemetery ones. So it was ordered. Now, marigolds to us mean hot weather, discomfort, parting, and death. That smell in our nostrils and Adam's servant in waiting, we naturally fell back more and more on the old slang, recalling at each glass those who had gone before. We did not sit at the big table, but in the bay window overlooking the park, where they were carting the last of the hay. When twilight fell, we would not have candles, but waited for the moon, and continued our talk in the dusk that makes one remember. Young Adam was not interested in our past, except where it had touched his future. I think his mother held his hand beneath the table. Imam Din, shoeless out of respect to the floors, brought him his medicine, poured it drop by drop, and asked for orders. Wait to take him to his cot when he grows weary, said his mother, and Imam Din retired into the shadow by the ancestral portraits. Now, what do you expect to get out of your country? The infant asked. When our India laid aside, we talked Adam's Africa. It roused him at once. Rubber, nuts, gums, and so on, he said, but our real future is cotton. I grew 50 acres of it last year in my district. My district, said his father. Hear him, mummy. I did, though. I wish I could show you the sample. Some Manchester sap said it was good as any Sea Island cotton on the market. But what made you a cotton planter, my son? She asked. My chief said every man ought to have a shouk, a hobby, of sorts, and he took the trouble to ride a day out of his way to show me a belt of black soil that was just the thing for cotton. Ah, what was your chief like? Stocky asked, in his silkiest tones. The best man alive, absolutely. He lets you blow your own nose yourself. The people call him, Adam jerked out some heathen phrase, that means the man with the stone eyes, you know. I'm glad of that, because I've heard from other quarters. Stocky's sentence burned like a slow match, but the explosion was not long delayed. Other quarters! Adam threw out a thin hand. Every dog has his fleas, if you listen to them, of course. The shake of his head was as I remembered it among his father's policemen 20 years before, and his mother's eyes, shining through the dusk, called on me to adore it. I kicked Stocky on the shin. One must not mock a young man's first love or loyalty. A lump of raw cotton appeared on the table. I thought there might be a need, therefore I packed it between our shirts, said the voice of Imam Din. Does he know as much English as that? Cried the infant, who had forgotten his East. We all admired the cotton for Adam's sake, and indeed it was very long and glossy. It's only an experiment, he said. We're such awful paupers we can't even pay for a mail cart in my district. We use a biscuit box on 2 bicycle wheels. I only got the money for that, he patted the stuff, by a pure fluke. How much did it cost? Asked Strickland. With seed and machinery, about 200 pounds. I had the labor done by cannibals. That sounds promising. Stocky reached for a fresh cigarette. No, thank you, said Agnes. I've been at Weston-super-Mare a little too long for cannibals. I'll go to the music room and try over next Sunday's hymns. She lifted the boy's hand lightly to her lips and tripped across the acres of glimmering floor to the music room that had been the infant's ancestors' banqueting hall. Her gray and silver dress disappeared under the musicians' gallery. 2 electrics broke out, and she stood backed against the lines of gilded pipes. There's an abominable self-playing attachment here, she called. Me, the infant answered, his napkin on his shoulder. That's how I play Parsifal. I preferred the direct expression. Take it away, Ips. We heard old Ips skating obediently all over the floor. Now for the direct expressions, said Stocky, and moved on the burgundy recommended by the faculty to enrich fever-thinned blood. It's nothing much. Only the belt of cotton soil my chief showed me ran right into the Sheshahaley country. We haven't been able to prove cannibalism against that tribe in the courts. But when a Sheshahaley offers you 4 pounds of women's breast, tattoos, marks, and all, skewered up in a plantain leaf before breakfast, you naturally burn the villages before lunch, said Stocky. Adam shook his head. No troops, he sighed. I told my chief about it, and he said we must wait till they chopped a white man. He advised me if I ever felt like it not to commit a barren fellow de se, but to let the Seychelles do it. Then he could report, and then we could mop him up. Most immoral. That's how we got. Stocky quoted the name of a province won by just such a sacrifice. Yes, but the beast dominated one end of my cotton belt like anything. They chivied me out of it when I went to take soil for analysis, me and Imam Din. Sahib, is there a need? The voice came out of the darkness, and the eyes shone over Adam's shoulder ere it ceased. None. The name was taken in talk. Adam abolished him with a turn of the finger. I couldn't make a casus belli out of it just then, because my chief had taken all the troops to hammer a gang of slave kings up north. Did you ever hear of our war against Ibn Makara? He precious nearly lost to the Protectorate at one time, though he's an ally of ours now. Wasn't he a rather pernicious brute, even as they go? Said Stocky. Wade told me about him last year. Well, his nickname all through the country was the Merciful, and he didn't get that for nothing. None of our people ever breathed his proper name. They said he or that one, and they didn't say it aloud either. He fought us for 8 months. I remember. There was a paragraph about it in one of the papers, I said. We broke him, though. No, the slavers don't come our way, because our men have the reputation of dying too much the first month after they're captured. That knocks down profits, you see. What about your charming friends, the Seychelles? Said the infant. There's no market for Seychelles. People would as soon buy crocodiles. I believe before we annexed the country, Ibn Makara had dropped down on him once to train his young men, and simply hewed him in pieces. The bulk of my people are agriculturists, just the right stamp for cotton growers. What's mother playing? Once in Royal? The organ that had been crooning as happily as a woman over her babe restored, steadied to a tune. Magnificent, oh magnificent, said the infant loyally. I had never heard him sing but once, and then, though it was early in the tolerant morning, his mess had rolled him into a lotus pond. How did you get your cannibals to work for you? Asked Strickland. They got converted to civilization after my chief smashed Ibn Makara, just at the time I wanted them. You see, my chief had promised me in writing that if I could scrape up a surplus, he would not bag it for his rose this time, but I might have it for my cotton game. I only needed 200 pounds. Our revenues didn't run to it. What is your revenue? Stocky asked in the vernacular. With hut tax, trader's game, and mining licenses, not more than 14,000 rupees, every penny of it earmarked months ahead, Adams sighed. Also, there's a fine for dogs straying in the sahib's camp. Last year it exceeded 3 rupees, Imam Din said quietly. Well, I thought that was fair. They howled so. We were rather strict on fines. I worked up my native clerk, Bulaki Ram, to a ferocious pitch of enthusiasm. He used to calculate the profits of our cotton scheme to 3 points of decimals after office. I tell you, I envied your magistrates here, hauling money out of motorists every week. I had managed to make our ordinary revenue and expenditure just about meet, and I was crazy to get the odd 200 pounds for my cotton. That sort of thing grows on a chap when he's alone, and talks aloud. Hello! Have you been there already? The father said, and Adam nodded. Yes. Used to spout what I could remember of Marmion to a tree, sir. Well, then my luck turned. One evening, an English-speaking nigger came in towing a corpse by the feet. You get used to little things like that. He said he'd found it, and please would I identify, because if it was one of Ibn Makara's men, there might be a reward. It was an old Mohammedan, with a strong dash of Arab, a small-boned, bald-headed chap, and I was just wondering how it had kept so well in our climate when it sneezed. You ought to have seen the nigger. He fetched a howl and bolted like the dog in Tom Sawyer when he sat on the what's-his-name beetle. He yelped as he ran, and the corpse went on sneezing. I could see it had been sarkied. That's a sort of gum poison, Pater, which attacks the nerve centers. Our chief medical officer is writing a monograph about it. So, Imam Din and I emptied out the corpse one time with my shaving soap and trade gunpowder and hot water. I'd seen a case of sarky before, so when the skin peeled off his feet and he stopped sneezing, I knew he'd live. He was bad, though, lay like a log for a week while Imam Din and I massaged the paralysis out of him. Then he told us he was a Haji, had been 3 times to Mecca, come in from French Africa, and that he'd met the nigger by the wayside, just like a case of thuggy in India, and the nigger had poisoned him. That seemed reasonable enough by what I knew of coast niggers. You believed him? Said his father keenly. There was no reason I shouldn't. The nigger never came back, and the old man stayed with me for 2 months, Adam returned. You know what the best type of a Mohammedan gentleman can be, Pater? He was that. None finer, was the answer. Except a Sikh, Stocky grunted. He'd been to Bombay. He knew French Africa inside out. He could quote poetry and the Quran all day long. He played chess. You don't know what that meant to me. Like a master. We used to talk about the regeneration of Turkey and the Sheikh-ul-Islam between moves. Oh, everything under the sun we talked about. He was awfully open-minded. He believed in slavery, of course, but he quite saw that it would have to die out. That's why he agreed with me about developing the resources of the district by cotton growing, you know. You talked of that too? Asked Strickland. Rather, we discussed it for hours. You don't know what it meant to me. A wonderful man. Imam Din was not our Haji marvelous? Most marvelous. It was all through the Haji that we found the money for our cotton play. Imam Din had moved, I fancy, behind Strickland's chair. Yes, it must have been dead against his convictions too. He brought me news when I was down with fever at Dupe that one of Ibn Makarah's men was parading through my district with a bunch of slaves. In the fork! What's the matter with the fork, that you can't abide it? Said Stocky. Adam's voice had risen at the last word. Local etiquette, sir, he replied, too earnest to notice Stocky's atrocious pun. If a slaver runs slaves through British territory, he ought to pretend that they're his servants, hawking 'em about in the fork stick that you put round their necks, you know, is insolence, same as not backing your topsails in the old days. Besides, it unsettles the district. I thought you said slavers didn't come your way, I put in. They don't, but my chief was smoking 'em out of the north all that season, and they were bolting into French territory any road they could find. My orders were to take no notice so long as they circulated, but open slavering in the fork was too much. I couldn't go myself, so I told a couple of our Makalali police and Imam Din to make talk with the gentleman one time. It was rather risky, and it might have been expensive, but it turned up trumps. They were back in a few days with the slaver. He didn't show fight, and a whole crowd of witnesses, and we tried him in my bedroom, and fined him properly, just to show you how demoralized the brute must have been. Arabs often go dotty after a defeat. He'd snapped up 4 or 5 utterly useless Seychelles and was offering them to all and sundry along the road. Why, he offered them to you, didn't he, Imam Din? I was witness that he offered man-eaters for sale, said Imam Din. Luckily for my cotton scheme, that landed him both ways. You see, he had slaved and exposed slaves for sale in British territory. That meant the double fine if I could get it out of him. What was his defense? Said Strickland, late of the Punjab police. As far as I remember, but I had a temperature of 104 degrees at the time. He'd mistaken the meridians of longitude. Thought he was in French territory. Said he'd never do it again if we let him off with a fine. I could have shaken hands with the brute for that. He paid up cash like a motorist and went off one time. Did you see him? Yes, didn't I, Imam Din? Assuredly the Sahib both saw and spoke to the slaver, and the Sahib also made a speech to the man-eaters when he freed them, and they swore to supply him with labor for all his cotton play. The Sahib leaned on his own servant's shoulder the while. I remember something of that. I remember Bulaki Ram giving me the papers to sign, and I distinctly remember him locking up the money in the safe. 210 beautiful English sovereigns. You don't know what that meant to me. I believe it cured my fever, and as soon as I could, I staggered off with the Haji to interview the Seychelles about labor. Then I found out why they had been so keen to work. It wasn't gratitude. Their big village had been hit by lightning and burned out a week or two before, and they lay flat in rows around me asking me for a job. I gave it 'em. And so you were very happy his mother had stolen up behind us. You liked your cotton, dear? She tidied the lump away. By Jove, I was happy. Adam yawned. Now, if anyone, he looked at the infant, cares to put a little money into the scheme, it will be the making of my district. I can't give you figures, sir, but I assure you'll take your arsenic and Imam Din will take you up to bed and I'll come and tuck you in. Agnes leaned forward, her rounded elbows on his shoulders, hands joined across his dark hair, and, "Isn't he a darling?" she said to us, with just the same heart-rending lift to the left eyebrow and the same break of her voice as sent Strickland mad among the horses in the year '84. We were quiet when they were gone. We waited till Imam Din returned to us from above and coughed at the door, as only dark-hearted Asia can. "Now," said Strickland, "tell us what truly befell, son of my servant." "As befell as our Sahib has said, only there's an arrangement, a little arrangement on account of his cotton play." "Sit, I beg your pardon, infant," said Strickland. But the infant had already made the sign, and we heard Imam Din hunker down on the floor. One gets little out of the East attention. "When the fever came on our Sahib in our roofed house at Dupe," he began, "the Haji listened intently to his talk. He expected the names of women, though I had already told him that our virtue was beyond belief or compare, and that our sole desire was this cotton play. Being at last convinced, the Haji breathed on our Sahib's forehead to sink into his brain news concerning a slave dealer in his district who had made a mock of the law. Sahib," Imam Din turned to Strickland, "our Sahib answered to those false words as a horse of blood answers to the spur. He sat up. He issued orders for the apprehension of the slave dealer. Then he fell back. Then we left him." "Alone, servant of my son and son of my servant?" said his father. "There was an old woman which belonged to the Haji. She had come in with the Haji's money belt. The Haji told her that if our Sahib died, she would die with him. And truly, our Sahib had given me orders to depart. Being mad with fever, eh? What could we do, Sahib? This cotton play was his heart's desire. He talked of it in his fever, therefore it was his heart's desire that the Haji went to fetch. Doubtless the Haji could have given him money enough out of hand for 10 cotton plays, but in this respect also our Sahib's virtue was beyond belief or compare. Great ones do not exchange monies. Therefore the Haji said, and I helped with my counsel, that we must make arrangements to get the money in all respects conformable with the English law. It was great trouble to us, but the law is the law. And the Haji showed the old woman the knife by which she would die if our Sahib died. So I accompanied the Haji." "Knowing who he was?" said Strickland. "No, fearing the man. A virtue went out from him, overbearing the virtue of lesser persons. The Haji told Bulaki Ram the clerk to occupy the seat of government at Dupe till I return. Bulaki Ram feared the Haji because the Haji had often gloatingly appraised his skill in figures at 5,000 rupees upon any slave block. The Haji then said to me, 'Come, and we will make the man-eaters play the cotton game for my delight's delight.' The Haji loved our Sahib with the love of a father for his son, of a saved for a savior, of a great one for a great one. But I said, 'We cannot go to that Sheshahaley place without 100 rifles. We have here 5. The Haji said, 'I have untied as knot in my head handkerchief, which will be more to us than 1,000. I saw that he had so loosed it that it lay flagwise on his shoulder. Then I knew that he was a great one with virtue in him.' We came to the highlands of the Sheshahaley on the dawn of the 2nd day, about the time of the stirring of the cold wind. The Haji walked delicately across the open place where their filth is, and scratched upon the gate which was shut. When it opened, I saw the man-eaters lying on their cots under the eaves of the huts. They rolled off, they rose up, one behind the other the length of the street, and the fear on their faces was as leaves whitening to a breeze. The Haji stood in the gate, guarding his skirts from defilement. The Haji said, 'I am here once again. Give me 6 and yoke up.' They jealously then pushed to us with poles 6, and yoked them with a heavy tree. The Haji then said, 'Fetch fire from the morning hearth and come to windward.' The wind is strong on those headlands at sunrise, so when each had emptied his crock of fire in front of that which was before him, the broadside of the town roared into flame, and all went. The Haji then said, 'At the end of a time there will come here the white man ye once chased for sport. He will demand labor to plant such and such stuff. Ye are that labor, and your spawn after you.' They said, lifting their heads a very little from the edge of the ashes, 'We are that labor, and our spawn after us.' The Haji said, 'What is also my name?' They said, 'Thy name is also the Merciful.' The Haji said, 'Praise then my mercy.' And while they did this, the Haji walked away, I following." The infant made some noise in his throat and reached for some more burgundy. About noon, one of our six fell dead. Fright only frights Sahib. None could touch him. Since they were in pairs, and the other of the fork was mad and sang fiercely, we waited for some heathen to do what was needful. There came at last Angari men with goats. The Haji said, "What do ye see?" They said, "Oh, our Lord, we neither see nor hear." The Haji said, "But I command ye to see, and to hear, and to say." They said, "Oh, our Lord, it is to our commanded eyes as though slaves stood in a fork." The Haji said, "So testify before the officer who waits you in the town of Dupe." They said, "What shall come to us after?" The Haji said, "The just reward for the informer. But if ye do not testify, then a punishment which shall cause birds to fall from the trees in terror, and monkeys to scream for pity." Hearing this, the Angari men hastened to Dupe. The Haji then said to me, "Are those things sufficient to establish our case, or must I drive in a village full?" I said that 3 witnesses amply established any case, but as yet, I said, the Haji had not offered his slaves for sale. It is true, as our Sahib said just now, there is one fine for catching slaves, and yet another for making to sell them. And it was the double fine that we needed, Sahib, for our Sahib's cotton play. We had forearranged all this with Bulaki Ram, who knows the English law, and I thought the Haji remembered, but he grew angry and cried out, "O God, refuge of the afflicted, must I, who am what I am, peddle this dog's meat by the roadside to gain his delight for my heart's delight?" Nonetheless, he admitted it was the English law, and so he offered me the 5 in a small voice, with an averted head. The Sheshaheli do not smell of sour milk as heathen should. They smell like leopards, Sahib. This is because they eat men. "Maybe," said Strickland, "but where were thy wits? One witness is not sufficient to establish the fact of a sale." "What could we do, Sahib? There was the Haji's reputation to consider. We could not have called in a heathen witness for such a thing, and moreover, the Sahib forgets that the defendant himself was making this case. He would not contest his own evidence. Otherwise, I know the law of evidence well enough." So then we went to Dupe, and while Bulaki Ram waited among the Angari men, I ran to see our Sahib in bed. His eyes were very bright, and his mouth was full of upside-down orders. But the old woman had not loosened her hair for death. The Haji said, "Be quick with my trial. I am not Job." The Haji was a learned man. We made the trial swiftly to a sound of soothing voices round the bed. Yet, because no man can be sure whether a Sahib of that blood sees or does not see, we made it strictly in the manner of the forms of the English law. Only the witnesses and the slaves and the prisoner we kept without for his nose's sake. "Then he did not see the prisoner?" said Strickland. "I stood by to shackle up an Angari in case he should demand it, but by God's favor he was too far fevered to ask for one. It is quite true he signed the papers. It is quite true he saw the money put away in the safe, 210 English pounds, and it is quite true that the gold wrought on him as a strong cure. But as to his seeing the prisoner, and having speech with the man-eaters, the Haji breathed all that on his forehead to sink into his sick brain. A little, as ye have heard, has remained. Ah, but when the fever broke, and our Sahib called for the fine book, and the thin little picture books from Europe with the pictures of plows and hoes and cotton mills, ah, then he laughed as he used to laugh, Sahib. It was his heart's desire, this cotton play. The Haji loved him, as who does not? It was a little arrangement, Sahib, of which is it necessary to tell all the world?" "And when didst thou know who the Haji was?" said Strickland. "Not for a certainty till he and our Sahib had returned from their visit to the Sheshaheli country. It is quite true, as our Sahib says, the man-eaters lay flat around his feet and asked for spades to cultivate cotton. That very night, when I was cooking the dinner, the Haji said to me, 'I go to my own place, though God knows whether the man with the stone eyes have left me an ox, a slave, or a woman.' I said, 'Thou art then that one?' The Haji said, 'I am 10,000 rupees reward into thy hand. Shall we make another law case and get more cotton machines for the boy?' I said, 'What dog am I to do this? May God prolong thy life 1,000 years.' The Haji said, 'Who has seen tomorrow? God has given me as it were a son in my old age, and I praise him. See that the breed is not lost." He walked then from the cooking place to our Sahib's office table under the tree, where our Sahib held in his hand a blue envelope of service newly come in by runner from the north. At this, fearing evil news for the Haji, I would have restrained him, but he said, "We be both great ones. Neither of us will fail." Our Sahib looked up to invite the Haji to approach before he opened the letter, but the Haji stood off till our Sahib had well opened and well read the letter. Then the Haji said, "Is it permitted to say farewell?" Our Sahib stabbed the letter on the file with a deep and joyful breath and cried a welcome. The Haji said, "I go to my own place," and he loosed from his neck a chained heart of ambergris set in soft gold and held it forth. Our Sahib snatched it swiftly in the closed fist, downturned, and said, "If thy name be written hereon, it is needless, for a name is already engraved on my heart." The Haji said, "And on mine also is a name engraved, but there is no name on the amulet." The Haji stooped to our Sahib's feet, but our Sahib raised and embraced him, and the Haji covered his mouth with his shoulder cloth, because it worked, and so he went away. "And what order was in the service letter?" Stocky murmured. "Only an order for our Sahib to write a report on some new cattle sickness. But all orders come in the same make of envelope. We could not tell what order it might have been." When he opened the letter, "My son, made he no sign? A cough, an oath?" Strickland asked. "None, Sahib. I washed his hands. They did not shake. Afterward he wiped his face, but he was sweating before from the heat." Did he know who the Haji was?" said the infant in English. "I am a poor man. Who can say what a Sahib of that get knows or does not know? But the Haji is right. The breed should not be lost. It is not very hot for little children in dupe, and as regards nurses, my sister's cousin and Jewel, that is the boy's own concern. I wonder if his chief ever knew," said Strickland. "Assuredly," said Imamdin. "On the night before our Sahib went down to the sea, the great Sahib, the man with the stone eyes, dined with him in his camp, I being charge of the table. They talked a long while, and the great Sahib said, 'What didst thou think of that one?' We did not say Ibn Makarah yonder. Our Sahib said, 'Which one?' The great Sahib said, 'That one which taught thy man-eater to grow cotton for thee. He was in thy district 3 months to my certain knowledge, and I looked by every runner that thou wouldst send me in his head.' Our Sahib said, 'If his head had been needed, another man should have been appointed to govern my district, for he was my friend.' The great Sahib laughed and said, 'If I had needed a lesser man in thy place, be sure I would have sent him, as if I had needed the head of that one, be sure I would have sent men to bring it to me. But tell me now, by what means didst thou twist him to thy use and our profit in this cotton play?' Our Sahib said, 'By God, I did not use that man in any fashion whatever. He was my friend.' The great Sahib said, 'Tohvah, bosh, tell.' Our Sahib shook his head as he did when a child, and they looked at each other like swordplay men in the ring at a fair. The great Sahib dropped his eyes first, and he said, 'So be it. I should perhaps have answered thus in my youth. No matter. I have made treaty with that one as an ally of the state. Some day he shall tell me the tale.' Then I brought in fresh coffee, and they ceased. But I do not think that one will tell the great Sahib more than our Sahib told him." "Wherefore?" I asked. "Because they are both great ones, and I have observed in my life that great ones employ words very little between each other in their dealings, still less when they speak to a third concerning those dealings. Also they profit by silence. Now I think that the mother has come down from the room, and I will go rub his feet till he sleeps." His ears had caught Agnes's step at the stair-head, and presently she passed us on her way to the music-room, humming the Magnificat. End of section 9. Recording by Naveen.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. The New Knighthood. Who gives him the bath? I, said the wet, rank jungle sweat. I'll give him the bath. Who'll sing the psalms? We, said the palms. Ere the hot wind becalms, we'll sing the psalms. Who lays on the sword? I, said the sun. Before he is done, I'll lay on the sword. Who fastens his belt? I, said Short Rations. I know all the fashions of tightening a belt. Who buckles his spur? "Aye," said his chief, exacting in brief, "I'll give him the spur." "Who'll shake his hand?" "I," said the fever, "and I'm no deceiver, I'll shake his hand." "Who brings him the wine?" "I," said quinine, "it's a habit of mine, I'll come with his wine." "Who'll put him to proof?" "I," said all earth, "whatever he's worth, I'll put to the proof." "Who'll choose him for knight?" "I," said his mother, "before any other, my very own knight." And after this fashion adventure to seek was Sir Galahad made, as it might be last week. End of section 10.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. The Puzzler. I had not seen Penfentenue since the middle 90s, when he was Minister of Ways and Woodsides in de Thurar's first administration. Last summer, though he nominally held the same portfolio, he was his colony's premier in all but name, and the idol of his own province, which is 2½ times the size of England. Politically, his creed was his growing country, and he came over to England to develop a great idea in her behalf. Believing that he had put it in train, I made haste to welcome him to my house for a week. That he was chased to my door by his own agent general in a motor, that they turned my study into a cabinet meeting which I was not invited to attend, that the local telegraph all but broke down beneath the strain of 100-word coded cables, and that I practically broke into the house of a stranger to get him telephonic facilities on a Sunday, are things I overlook. What I objected to was his ingratitude, while I thus tore up England to help him. So I said, "Why on earth didn't you see your opposite number in town, instead of bringing your office work here?" "Eh, who?" said he, looking up from his fourth cable since lunch. "See the English Minister for Ways and Woodsides." "I saw him," said Penfentenue, without enthusiasm. It seemed that he had called twice on the gentleman, but without an appointment. I thought if I wasn't big enough, my business was, and each time had found him engaged. A third party intervening, suggested that a meeting might be arranged if due notice were given. "Then," said Penfentenue, "I called at the office at 10 o'clock." "But they'd be in bed," I cried. "One of the babies was awake. He told me that my sort of questions," he slapped the pile of cables, "were only taken between 11 and 2, so I waited." "And when you got to business?" I asked. He made a gesture of despair. It was like talking to children. They'd never heard of it. "And your opposite number?" Penfentenue described him. "Hush! You mustn't talk like that." I shuddered. "He's one of the best of good fellows. You should meet him socially." "I've done that too," he said. "Have you?" "Heaven forbid!" I cried. "But that's the proper thing to say." "Oh, he said all the proper things. Only I thought, as this was England, that they'd more or less have the hang of all the general hang together of my idea. But I had to explain it from the beginning." "Ah, they probably mislaid the papers," I said, and I told him the story of a £3,000,000 insurrection caused by a deputy under secretary sitting upon a mass of green labeled correspondence instead of reading it. "I wonder it doesn't happen every week," he answered. "Do you mind my having the agent general to dinner again tonight? I'll wire, and he can motor down." The agent general arrived 2 hours later, a patient and expostulating person, visibly torn between the puling devil of a rampant colony and the placid baker of a largely uninterested England. But with Penfentenue behind him he had worked, for he told us that Lord Lundy, the law lord, was the final authority on the legal and constitutional aspects of the great idea, and to him it must be referred. "Good heavens alive!" thundered Penfentenue. "I told you to get that settled last Christmas." "It was the middle of the house party season," said the agent general mildly. "Lord Lundy's at Creedon's Green now. He spends his holidays there. It's only 40 miles off." "Shan't I disturb His Holiness?" said Penfentenue heavily. "Perhaps my sort of questions," he snorted, "mayn't be discussed except at midnight." "Oh, don't be a child," I said. "What this country needs," said Penfentenue, "is—" and for 10 minutes he trumpeted rebellion. "What you need is to pay for your own protection," I cut in, when he drew breath. and I showed him a yellowish paper, supplied gratis by government, which is called Schedule D. To my merciless delight, he had never seen the thing before, and I completed my victory over him and all the colonies with a Brassey's Naval Annual and a Statesman Year book. The Agent General interposed with agent generalities, but they were merely provocateurs about ties of sentiment. "They be blowed," said Penfentenue. "What's the good of sentiment towards a kindergarten?" "Quite so. Ties of common funk are the things that bind us together, and the sooner you new nations realize it, the better. What you need is an annual invasion. Then you'd grow up." Thank you," said the Agent General. "That's what I am always trying to tell my people." "But, my dear fool," Penfentenue almost wept, "do you pretend that these banana-fingered amateurs at home are grown up?" "You poor serious pagan man," I retorted, "if you take 'em that way, you'll wreck your great idea." "Will you take him to Lord Lundy's to-morrow?" said the Agent General promptly. "I suppose I must," I said, "if you won't." "Not me. I'm going home," said the Agent General, and departed. I am glad that I am no colony's Agent General. Penfentenue continued to argue about naval contributions till 1:15 A.M., though I was victor from the first. At 10 o'clock I got him and his correspondents into the motor, and he had the decency to ask whether he had been unpolished overnight. I replied that I waited an apology. This he made excuse for renewed arguments, and used wayside shows as illustrations of the decadence of England. For example, we burst a tire within a mile of Credence Green, and to save time walked into the beautifully kept little village. His eye was caught by a building of pale blue tin, stenciled Calvinist chapel, before whose shuttered windows an Italian organ grinder with a petticoated monkey was playing Dolly Gray. "Yes, that's it," snapped the egoist. "That's a parable of the general situation in England. And look at those brutes." A huge household removals van was halted at a public house. The men in charge were drinking beer from blue and white mugs. It seemed to me a pretty sight, but Penfentenue said it represented our national attitude. Lord Lundy's summer resting place, we learned, was a farm, a little out of the village, up a hill round which curled a high hedged road. Only an initiated few spend their holidays at Credence Green, and they have trained the householders to keep the place select. Penfentenue made a grievance of this as we walked up the lane, followed at a distance by the organ grinder. "Suppose he is having a house party," he said. "Anything's possible in this insane land." Just at that minute we found ourselves opposite an empty villa. Its roof was of black slate, with bright, unweathered ridged tiling. Its walls were of blood-colored brick, cornered and banded with vermiculated stucco work, and there was cobalt, magenta, and purest apple green window glass on either side of the front door. The whole was fenced from the road by a low, brick-pillared flint wall, topped with a cast-iron Gothic rail picked out in blue and gold. Tight beds of geranium, calceolaria, and lobelia speckled the glass plat, from whose center rose one of the finest araucarias (its other name, by the way, is monkey puzzler) that it has ever been my lot to see. It must have been full 30 feet high, and its foliage exquisitely answered the iron railings. Such bijou ne plus ultra, replete with all the amenities, do not, as I pointed out to Penfentenue, transpire outside of England. A hedge, swinging sharp right, flanked the garden, and above it, on a slope of daisy-dotted meadows, we could see Lord Lundy's tiled and half-timbered summer farmhouse. Of a sudden we heard voices behind the tree, the fine, full tones of the unembarrassed English speaking to their equals, that tore through the hedge like sleet through rafters. That it is not called monkey puzzler for nothing, I willingly concede. This was a rich and rolling note. But on the other hand, I submit, me lud, that the name implies that it might, could, would, or should be ascended by a monkey, and not that the ascent is a physical impossibility. I believe one of our South American spider monkeys wouldn't hesitate. By Jove, it might be worth trying, if This was a crisper voice than the first. A third, higher pitched and full of pleasant affectations, broke in. "Oh, practical men, there is no ape here. Why do you waste one of God's own days on unprofitable discussion? Give me a match. I've a good mind to make you demonstrate in your own person. Come on, Bubbles. We'll make Jimmy climb." There was a sound of scuffling, broken by squeaks from Jimmy of the high voice. I turned back and drew Penfentenue into the side of the flanking hedge. I remembered to have read in a society paper that Lord Lundy's lesser name was Bubbles. "What are they doing?" Penfentenue said sharply. "Drunk?" "Just playing. Superabundant vitality of the race, you know. We'll watch 'em," I answered. The noise ceased. "My deliver!" Jimmy gasped. "The ram caught in the thicket, and I'm the only one who can talk Neapolitan. Leggo my collar," he cried aloud in a foreign tongue, and was answered from the gate. "It's the Calvinistic organ grinder," I whispered. I had already found a practicable break at the bottom of the hedge. "They're going to try to make the monkey climb, I believe." "Here, let me look." Penfentenue flung himself down and rooted till he too broke a peep hole. We lay side by side, commanding the entire garden at 10 yards range. "You know 'em?" said Penfentenue, as I made some noise or other. "By sight only. The big fellow in flannels is Lord Lundy. The light built one with the yellow beard painted his picture at the last Academy. He's a swell, R.A., James Lohman. And the brown chap with the hands, Tomling, Sir Christopher Tomling, the South American engineer who built the San Juan viaduct. I know," said Penfentenue. "We ought to have had him with us. Do you think a monkey would climb the tree?" The organ grinder at the gate fenced his beast with one arm as Jimmy talked. "Don't show off your futile accomplishments," said Lord Lundy. "Tell him it's an experiment. Interest him." "Shut up, Bubbles. You aren't in court," Jimmy replied. "This needs delicacy. Giuseppe says—" "Interest the monkey," the brown engineer interrupted. "He won't climb for love. Cut up to the house and get some biscuits, Bubbles. Sugar ones and an orange or two. No need to tell our womenfolk." The huge white figure lobbed off at a trot which would not have disgraced a boy of 17. I gathered from something Jimmy let fall that the three had been at Harrow together. "That Tomling has a head on his shoulders," muttered Penfentenue. "Pity we didn't get him for the colony. But the question is, will the monkey climb?" "Be quick, Jimmy. Tell the man we'll give him 5 bob for the loan of the beast." "Now run the organ under the tree, and we'll dress it when Bubbles comes back," Sir Christopher cried. "I've often wondered," said Penfentenue, "whether it would puzzle a monkey." He had forgotten the needs of his nation, and was earnestly parting the white thorn stems with his fingers. Giuseppe and Jimmy did as they were told, the monkey following them with a wary and malignant eye. "Here's a discovery," said Jimmy. "The singing part of this organ comes off the wheels." He spoke volubly to the proprietor. "Oh, it's so as Giuseppe can take it to his room o' nights, and play it. Do you hear that? The organ grinder, after his day's crime, plays his accursed machine for love. For love, Chris, and Michael Angelo was one of 'em." "Don't jaw. Tell him to take the beast's petticoat off," said Sir Christopher Tomling. Lord Lundy returned, very little winded, through a gap higher up the hedge. "They're all out, thank goodness," he cried, "but I've raided what I could. Maren's glaces, candied fruit, and a bag of oranges." "Excellent," said the world-renowned contractor. "Jimmy, you're the light weight. Jump up on the organ and impale these things on the leaves as I hand 'em." "I see," said Jimmy, capering like a springbuck. "Upward and onward, eh? First he'll reach out for—how infernal prickly these leaves are—this biscuit. Next we'll lure him on. That's about the reach of his arm, with the marin glace, and then he'll open out this orange. How human! How like your ignoble career, Bubbles." With care and elaboration they ornamented that tree's lower branches with sugar-topped biscuits, oranges, bits of banana, and Marin's glaces, till it looked very ape's path to paradise. "Unchain the Gyascutus," said Sir Christopher commandingly. Giuseppe placed the monkey atop of the organ, where the beast, misunderstanding, stood on his head. "He's throwing himself on the mercy of the court, my lud," said Jimmy. "No, now he's interested. Now he's reaching after higher things. What wouldn't I give to have here—" he mentioned a name not unhonored in British art— "ambition plucking apples of Sodom." The monkey had pricked himself and was swearing. "Genius hampered by convention. Oh, there's a whole bushelful of allegories in it." "Give him time, he's balancing the probabilities," said Lord Lundy. The three closed round the monkey, hanging on his every motion with an earnestness almost equal to ours. The great judge's head, seamed and vertical forehead, iron mouth, and pike-like under jaw, all set on that thick neck rising out of the white flannel collar, was thrown against the puckered green silk of the organ front as it might have been a cameo of Titus. Jimmy, with raised eyes and parted lips, fingered his grizzled chestnut beard, and I was near enough to note the capable beauty of his hands. Sir Christopher stood a little apart, his arms folded behind his back, one heavy brown boot thrust forward, chin in as curved, and black eyebrows lowered to shade the keen eyes. Giuseppe's dark face, between flashing earrings, a twisted rag of red and yellow silk round his throat, turned from the reaching, yearning monkey to the pink and white biscuits spiked on the bronzed leafage, and upon them all fell the serious and workmanlike sun of an English summer forenoon. "Fil de Saint Louis monte au ciel," said Lord Lundy suddenly in a voice that made me think of black caps. I do not know what the monkey thought, because at that instant he leaped off the organ and disappeared. There was a clash of broken glass behind the tree. The monkey's face, distorted with passion, appeared at an upper window of the house, and a starred hole in the stained glass window to the left of the front door showed the first steps of his upward path. "We've got to catch him," cried Sir Christopher. "Come along." They pushed at the door, which was unlocked. "Yes, but consider the ethics of the case," said Jimmy. "Isn't this burglary or something, Bubbles?" "Settle that when he's caught," said Sir Christopher. "We're responsible for the beast." A furious clanging of bells broke out of the empty house, followed by muffed gurglings and trumpetings. "What the deuce is that?" I asked, half aloud. "The plumbing, of course," said Penfentenue. "What a pity! I believe he'd have climbed if Lord Lundy hadn't put him off." "Wait a moment, Chris," said Jimmy, the interpreter. "Giuseppe says he may answer to the music of his infancy. Giuseppe, therefore, will go in with the organ, Orpheus with his lute, you know. Avante, Orpheus. There's no Neapolitan for bathroom, but I fancy your friend is there." "I'm not going into another man's house with a hurdy-gurdy," said Lord Lundy, recoiling, as Giuseppe unshipped the working mechanism of the organ. It developed a hang-down leg from its wheels, slipped a strap round his shoulders, and gave the handle a twist. "Don't be a cad, Bubbles," was Jimmy's answer. "You couldn't leave us now if you were on the woolsack. Play, Orpheus, the coddy accompanies." With a whoop, a buzz, and a crash, the organ sprang to life under the hand of Giuseppe, and the procession passed through the grain-to-imitate walnut front door. A moment later we saw the monkey ramping on the roof. "He'll be all over the township in a minute if we don't head him," said Penfentenue, leaping to his feet and crashing into the garden. We headed him with pebbles till he retired through a window to the tuneful reminder that he had left a lot of little things behind him. As we passed the front door it swung open and showed Jimmy, the artist, sitting at the bottom of a newly cleaned staircase. He waggled his hands at us, and when we entered we saw that the man was stricken speechless. His eyes grew red like a ferret's, and what little breath he had whistled shrilly. At first we thought it was a fit, and then we saw that it was mirth, the inopportune mirth of the artistic temperament. The house palpitated to an infamous melody, punctuated by the stump of the barrel organ's one leg, as Giuseppe, above, moved from room to room after his rebel slave. Now and again a floor shook a little under the combined rushes of Lord Lundy and Sir Christopher Tomling, who gave many and contradictory orders, but when they could they cursed Jimmy with splendid thoroughness. "Have you anything to do with the house?" panted Jimmy at last. "Because we're using it just now." He gulped. "And I'm keeping cave." "All right," said Penfentenue, and shut the hall door. "Jimmy, you unspeakable blackguard! Jimmy, you cur, you coward!" Lord Lundy's voice overbore the flood of melody. "Come up here. Giuseppe's saying something we don't understand." Jimmy listened and interpreted between hiccups. "He says you'd better play the organ, Bubbles, and let him do the stalking. The monkey knows him." "By Jove, he's quite right," said Sir Christopher from the landing. "Take it, Bubbles, at once." "My God!" said Lord Lundy in horror. The chase reverberated over our heads from the attics to the first floor and back again. Bodies and voices met in collision and argument, and once or twice the organ hit walls and doors. Then it broke forth in a new manner. "He's playing it," said Jimmy. "I know his acute Justinian ear. Are you fond of music?" "I think Lord Lundy plays very well for a beginner," I ventured. Ah, that's the trained legal intellect. Like mastering a brief. I haven't got it." He wiped his eyes and shook. "Hi," said Penfentenue, looking through the stained-glass window down the garden. "What's that?" A household removals van, in charge of 4 men, had halted at the gate. A husband and his wife, householders beyond question, quavered irresolutely up the path. He looked tired. She was certainly cross. In all this haphazard world, the last couple to understand a scientific experiment. I laid hands on Jimmy. The clamor above, drowning speech, and with Penfentenue's aid propped him against the window that he should see. He saw, nodded, fell as an umbrella can fall, and kneeling, beat his forehead on the shut door. Penfentenue slid the bolt. The furniture men reinforced the 2 figures on the path, and advanced, spreading generously. "Hadn't we better warn them upstairs?" I suggested. "No, I'll die first," said Jimmy. "I'm pretty near it now. Besides, they call me names." I turned from the artist to the administrator. "Ceteris paribus, I think we'd better be going," said Penfentenue, dealer in crises. "Take me with you," said Jimmy. "I've no reputation to lose, but I'd like to watch 'em from outside the picture." "There's always a modus vivendi," Penfentenue murmured, and tiptoed along the hall to a back door, which he opened quite silently. We passed into a tangle of gooseberry bushes where, at his statesman-like example, we crawled on all fours and regained the hedge. Here we lay up, secure in our alibi. "But your firm," the woman was wailing to the furniture removals men. "Your firm promised me everything should be in yesterday, and it's to day. You should have been here yesterday." "The last tenants ain't out yet, Lydie," said one of them. Lord Lundy was rapidly improving in technique, though organ grinding, unlike the law, is more of a calling than a trade, and he hung occasionally on a dead center. Giuseppe, I think, was singing, but I could not understand the drift of Sir Christopher's remarks. They were Spanish. The woman said something we did not catch. "You might 'ave sublet it," the man insisted, "or your gentleman 'ere might." "But I didn't. Send for the police at once." "I wouldn't do that, Lydie. They're only fruit pickers on a beano. They aren't particular where they sleep." "Do you mean they've been sleeping there? I only had it cleaned last week. Get them out?" "Oh, if you say so, we'll 'ave 'em out of it in 2 twos. Alf, fetch me the spare swingle bar." "Don't. You'll knock the paint off the door. Get them out." "What the 'ell else am I trying to do for you, Lydie?" the man answered with pathos, but the woman wheeled on her mate. "Edward, they're all drunk here, and they're all mad there. Do something," she said. Edward took one short step forward and sighed, "Hullo," in the direction of the turbulent house. The woman walked up and down, the very figure of domestic tragedy. The furniture men swayed a little on their heels, and "Got him!" The shout rang through all the windows at once. It was followed by a bloodhound-like bay from Sir Christopher, a maniacal prestissimo on the organ, and loud cries for Jimmy. But Jimmy, at my side, rolled his congested eyeballs owl-wise. "I never knew them," he said. "I'm an orphan." The front door opened, and the 3 came forth to short-lived triumph. I had never before seen a law lord dressed as for tennis, with a stump-leg barrel organ strapped to his shoulder, but it is a shy bird in this plumage. Lord Lundy strove to disembarrass himself of his accoutrements, much as an ill-trained Punch and Judy dog tries to escape backwards through his frilled collar. Sir Christopher, covered with lime wash, cherished a bleeding thumb, and the almost crazy monkey tore at Giuseppe's hair. The men on both sides reeled, but the woman stood her ground. "Idiots!" she said, and once more, "Idiots!" I could have gladdened a few convicts of my acquaintance with a photograph of Lord Lundy at that instant. "Madame," he began, wonderfully preserving the roll in his voice, "it was a monkey." Sir Christopher sucked his thumb and nodded. "Take it away and go," she replied. "Go away." I would have gone, and gladly, on this permission, but these still strong men must ever be justifying themselves. Lord Lundy turned to the husband, who for the first time spoke. "I have rented this house. I am moving in," he said. "We ought to have been in yesterday," the woman interrupted. "Yes, we ought to have been in yesterday. Have you slept there overnight?" said the man peevishly. "No, I assure you we haven't," said Lord Lundy. "Then go away. Go quite away," cried the woman. They went in single file down the path. They went silently, restrapping the organ on its wheels, and rechaining the monkey to the organ. "Damn it all," said Penfentenue, "they do face the music, and they do stick by each other in private life." "Ties of common funk," I answered. Giuseppe ran to the gate and fled back to the possible world. Lord Lundy and Sir Christopher, constrained by tradition, paced slowly. Then it came to pass that the woman who walked behind them lifted up her eyes and beheld the tree which they had dressed. "Stop!" she called, and they stopped. "Who did that?" There was no answer. The eternal bad boy in every man hung its head before the eternal mother in every woman. "Who put these disgusting things there?" she repeated. Suddenly Penfentenue, premier of his colony in all but name, left Jimmy and me, and appeared at the gate. If he is not turned out of office, that is how he will appear on the day of Armageddon. "Well done, you!" he cried zealously, and doffed his hat to the woman. "Have you any children, madam?" he demanded. "Yes, two. They should have been here to day," the firm promised. "Then we're not a minute too soon. That monkey escaped. It was a very dangerous beast. Might have frightened your children into fits. All the organ grinder's fault. A most lucky thing these gentlemen caught it when they did. I hope you aren't badly mauled, Sir Christopher." Shaken as I was, I wanted to get away and laugh. I could not but admire the scoundrel's consummate tact in leading his second highest trump. An ass would have introduced Lord Lundy, and they would not have believed him. It took the trick. The couple smiled, and gave respectful thanks for their deliverance by such hands from such perils. "Not in the least," said Lord Lundy. "Anybody, any father would have done as much. And pray don't apologize. Your mistake was quite natural." A furniture man sniggered here, and Lord Lundy rolled an eye of doom on their ranks. "By the way, if you have trouble with these persons, they seem to have taken as much as is good for them. Please let me know. Good morning." They turned into the lane. "Heavens!" said Jimmy, brushing himself down. "Who's that real man with the real head?" And we hurried after them, for they were running unsteadily, squeaking like rabbits as they ran. We overtook them in a little nut wood half a mile up the road, where they had turned aside and were rolling. So we rolled with them, and ceased not till we had arrived at the extremity of exhaustion. "You saw it all, then?" said Lord Lundy, rebuttoning his 19-inch collar. "I saw it was a vital question from the first," responded Penfentenue, and blew his nose. "It was. By the way, do you mind telling me your name?" "Summa." Penfentenue's great idea has gone through. A little chipped at the edges, but in fine and far-reaching shape. His opposite number worked at it like a mule, a bewildered mule, beaten from behind, coaxed from in front, and propped on either soft side by Lord Lundy of the compressed mouth and the searing tongue. Sir Christopher Tomling has been ravished by the Argentine, where after all he was but preparing trade routes for hostile peoples, and now adorns the forefront of Penfentenue's advisory board. This was an unforeseen extra, as was Jimmy's gratis full length. It will be in the year's academy of Penfentenue, who has returned to his own place. Now and again, from afar off, between the slam and bump of his shifting scenery, the glare of his manipulated limelight, and the control rolling of his thunder drums, I catch his voice, lifted in encouragement and advice to his fellow countrymen. He is quite sound on ties of sentiment, and, alone of colonial statesmen, ventures to talk of the ties of common funk. Herein I have my reward. End of Section 11.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. The Puzzler. Poem. The Celt, in all his variants, from Builth to Ballyhoo, his mental processes are plain, one knows what he will do, and can logically predicate his finish by his start. But the English, the English, they are quite a race apart. Their psychology is bovine, their outlook crude and rare. They abandon vital matters to be tickled with a straw. But the straw that they were tickled with, the chaff that they were fed with, they convert into a weaver's beam to break their foeman's head with. For undemocratic reasons, and for motives not of state, they arrive at their conclusions largely inarticulate. Being void of self-expression, they confide their views to none. But sometimes in a smoking room one learns why things are done. In telegraphic sentences, half swallowed at the ends, they hint a matter's inwardness, and there the matter ends. And while the Celt is talking from Valencia to Kirkwall, the English, the English, don't say anything at all. End of Section 12. Recording by phone.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. Little Foxes.
A Tale of the Gihon Hunt. A fox came out of his earth on the banks of the great river Gihon, which waters Ethiopia. He saw a white man riding through the dry Dura stalks, and that his destiny might be fulfilled, barked at him. The rider drew rein among the villagers round his stirrup. "What," said he, "is that?" "That," said the sheikh of the village, "is a fox, O Excellency our governor." "It is not, then, a jackal?" "No jackal, but Abu Hussein, the father of cunning." Also the white man spoke half aloud, "I am Mudir of this province." "It is true," they cried, "Ya Sart el Mudir, O Excellency our governor." The great river Gihon, well used to the moods of kings, slid between his mile-wide banks towards the sea, while the governor praised God in a loud and searching cry never before heard by the river. When he lowered his right forefinger from behind his right ear, the villagers talked to him of their crops, barley, dura, millet, onions, and the like. The governor stood in his stirrups. North he looked, up a strip of green cultivation, a few hundred yards wide, that lay like a carpet between the river and the tawny line of the desert. 60 miles that strip stretched before him, and as many behind. At every half mile a groaning water wheel lifted the soft water from the river to the crops by way of a mud-built aqueduct. A foot or so wide was the water channel. 5 foot or more high was the bank on which it ran, and its base was broad in proportion. Abu Hussein, misnamed the father of cunning, drank from the river below his earth, and a shadow was long in the low sun. He could not understand the loud cry which the governor had cried. The sheikh of the village spoke of the crops from which the rulers of all lands draw revenue. But the governor's eyes were fixed between his horse's ear on the nearest water channel. "Very like a ditch in Ireland," he murmured, and smiled, dreaming of a razor-topped bank in distant Kildare. Encouraged by that smile, the sheikh continued, "When crops fail, it is necessary to remit taxation. Then it is a good thing, O Excellency our governor, that you come and see the crops which have failed and discover that we have not lied." Assuredly, the governor shortened his reins. The horse cantered on, rose at the embankment of the water channel, changed leg cleverly on top, and hopped down in a cloud of golden dust. Abu Hussein from his earth watched with interest. He had never before seen such things. Assuredly, the governor repeated, and came back by the way he had gone. It is always best to see for oneself. An ancient and still bullet-speckled stern-wheel steamer, with a barge lashed to her side, came round the river bend. She whistled to tell the governor his dinner was ready, and the horse, seeing his fodder piled on the barge, whinnied back. Moreover, the sheikh added, in the days of the oppression the emirs and their creatures dispossessed many people of their lands. All up and down the river our people are waiting to return to their lawful fields. "Judges have been appointed to settle that matter," said the governor. "They will presently come in steamers and hear the witnesses." "Wherefore did the judges kill the emirs? We would rather be judged by the men who executed God's judgment on the emirs. We would rather abide by your decision, O Excellency our governor." The governor nodded. It was a year since he had seen the emirs stretched close, and still round the reddened sheepskin where lay El Ahmadi, the prophet of God. Now there remained no trace of their dominion except the old steamer, once part of a dervish flotilla, which was his house and office. She sidled into the shore, lowered a plank, and the governor followed his horse aboard. Lights burned on her till late, duly reflected in the river that tugged at her mooring ropes. The governor read, not for the first time, the administration reports of one John Jorrocks, M.F.H. "We shall need," he said suddenly to his inspector, "about 10 couple. I'll get 'em when I go home. You'll be whip baker?" The inspector, who was not yet 25, signified his assent in the usual manner, while Abu Hussein barked at the vast desert moon. "Ha!" said the governor, coming out in his pajamas. "We'll be giving you Kipivi in another month, my friend." It was 4, as a matter of fact, ere a steamer with melodious barge full of hounds anchored at that landing. The inspector leaped down among them, and the homesick wanderers received him as a brother. Everybody fed him everything on board ship, but there are real dainty hounds at bottom, the governor explained. That's Royal you've got hold of, the pick of the bunch, and the bitch that's got hold of you, she's a little excited, is May Queen Merriman, out of Coatsmont Magdalen, you know. I know. Grand old betch with the tan eyebrows, the inspector cooed. Oh, Ben, I shall take an interest in life now. Hark to him. Oh, hark! Abu Hussein under the high bank went about his night's work. An eddy carried his scent to the barge, and 3 villagers heard the crash of music that followed. Even then, Abu Hussein did not know better than to bark in reply. Well, what about my province? The governor asked. Not so bad, the inspector answered, with Royal's head between his knees. Of course, all the villages want remission of taxes, but as far as I can see, the whole country's stinking with foxes. Our trouble will be chomping 'em in cover. I've got a list of the only villages entitled to any remission. What do you call this flat-sided, blue-mottled beast with the jowl? Beagle Boy. I have my doubts about him. Do you think we can get 2 days a week? Easy, and as many buys as you please. The sheikh of this village here tells me that his barley has failed and he wants a 50% remission. We'll begin with him tomorrow and look at his crops as we go. Nothing like personal supervision, said the governor. They began at sunrise. The pack flew off the barge in every direction, and after gambols dug like terriers at Abu Hussein's many earths. Then they drank themselves pot-bellied on Gihon River, while the governor and the inspector chastised them with whips. Scorpions were added, for May Queen nosed one, and was removed to the barge lamenting. Mystery, a puppy alas, met a snake, and the blue-mottled beagle boy, never a dainty hound, ate that which he should have passed by. Only Royal of the Belvoir, Tanhead, and the sad, discerning eyes made any attempt to uphold the honor of England before the watching village. You can't expect everything, said the governor after breakfast. We got it, though, everything except foxes. Have you seen May Queen's nose? Said the inspector. And Mystery's dead. We'll keep 'em coupled next time till we get well in among the crops. I say, what a babbling body snatcher that beagle boy is. Ought to be drowned. They bury people so damn casual hereabouts. Give him another chance, the inspector pleaded, not knowing that he should live to repent most bitterly. Talking of chances, said the governor, this sheikh lies about his barley being a failure. If it's high enough to hide a hound at this time of the year, it's all right. And he wants a 50% remission, you said? You didn't go on past the melon patch, where I tried to turn wanderer. It's all burnt up from there onto the desert. His other water wheel has broken down too, the inspector replied. Very good. We'll split the difference and allow him 25% off. Where will we meet him tomorrow? There's some trouble among the villages down the river about their land titles. It's going good ground there too, the inspector said. The next meet, then, was some 20 miles down the river, and the pack were not enlarged till they were fairly among the fields. Abu Hussein was there in force, 4 of them, 4 delirious hunts of 4 minutes each. 4 hounds per fox ended in 4 earths just above the river. All the village looked on. We forgot about the earths, the banks are riddled with them. This'll defeat us, said the inspector. Wait a moment. The governor drew forth a sneezing hound. I've just remembered, I'm governor of these parts. Then turn out a black battalion to stop for us. We'll need 'em, old man. The governor straightened his back. Give ear, O people, he cried. I make a new law. The villagers closed in. He called, henceforth I will give $1 to the man on whose land Abu Hussein is found, and another $, he held up the coin, to the man on whose land these dogs shall kill him. But to the man on whose land Abu Hussein shall run into a hole, such as is this hole, I will give not dollars, but a most unmeasurable beating. Is it understood? Oh, Excellency, a man stepped forward. On my land Abu Hussein was found this morning. Is it not so, brothers? None denied. The governor tossed him over $4 without a word. On my land they all went into their holes, cried another, therefore I must be beaten. Not so. The land is mine, and mine are the beatings. This second speaker thrust forward his shoulders already bared, and the villagers shouted. Hello, 2 men anxious to be licked? "There must be some swindle about the land," said the governor. Then, in local vernacular, "What are your rights to the beating?" As a river reach changes beneath a slant of the sun, that which has been a scattered mob changed to a court of most ancient justice. The hounds tore and sobbed at Abu Hussein's hearthstone, all unnoticed among the legs of the witnesses, and Gihon, also accustomed to laws, purred approval. "You will not wait till the judges come up the river to settle the dispute?" said Governor at last. "No," shouted all the village, save the man who had first asked to be beaten. "We will abide by Our Excellency's decision. Let Our Excellency turn out the creatures of the emirs who stole our lands in the days of the oppression." "And thou sayest?" The governor turned to the man who had first asked to be beaten. "I say I will wait till the wise judges come down in the steamer. Then I will bring my many witnesses," he replied. "He is rich, he will bring many witnesses," the village sheikh muttered. "No need, thy own mouth condemns thee," the governor cried. "No man lawfully entitled to his land would wait 1 hour before entering upon it. Stand aside." The man fell back and the village jeered him. The second claimant stooped quickly beneath the lifted hunting crop. The village rejoiced. "Oh, such a one, son of such an one," said the governor, prompted by the sheikh. "Learn from the day when I send the order to block up all the holes where Abu Hussein may hide on thy land." The light flick's end. The man stood up triumphant. By that accolade had the supreme government acknowledged his title before all men. While the village praised the perspicacity of the governor, a naked, pock-marked child stood forth to the earth and stood on one leg, unconcerned as a young stork. "Hal," he said, hands behind his back, "this should be blocked up with bundles of durastalks, or better, bundles of thorns." "Better thorns," said the governor, "thick ends innermost." The child nodded gravely and squatted on the sand. "An evil day for thee, Abu Hussein," he shrilled into the mouth of the earth. "A day of obstacles to thy flagitious returns in the morning." "Who is it?" the governor asked the sheikh. "It thinks." "Farag the fatherless. His people were slain in the days of the oppression. The man to whom Our Excellency has awarded the land is, as it were, his maternal uncle." "Will it come with me and feed the big dogs?" said the governor. The other peering children drew back. "Run!" they cried. "Our Excellency will feed Farag to the big dogs." "I will come," said Farag, "and I will never go." He threw his arm round Royal's neck, and the wise beast licked his face. "Benjamin, by Jove!" the inspector cried. "No," said the governor, "I believe he has the makings of a James pig." Farag waved his hand to his uncle and led Royal on to the barge. The rest of the pack followed. Gihon, that had seen many sports, learned to know the hunt barge well. He met her rounding his bends on a grey December dawns to music wild and lamentable as the almost forgotten throb of dervish drums, when high above the royal's tenor bell, sharper even than lying beagle's boy's falsetto break, Farag chanted deathless war against Abu Hussein and all his seed. At sunrise, the river would shoulder her carefully into her place and listen to the rush and scutter of the pack fleeing up the gangplank and the tramp of the governor's Arab behind them. They would pass over the brow into the dewless crops where Gihon, low and shrunken, could only guess what they were about when Abu Hussein flew down the bank to scratch at the stopped earth and flew back into the barley again. As Farag had foretold, it was evil days for Abu Hussein ere he learned to take the necessary steps and to get away crisply. Sometimes Gihon saw the whole procession of the hunt silhouetted against the morning blue, bearing him company for many merry miles. At every half mile, the horses and the donkeys jumped the water channels, up, on, change your leg, and off again like figures in zoetrope, till they grew small among the line of water wheels. Then Gibbon waited their rustling return through the crops and took them to rest on his bosom at 10 o'clock. While the horses ate and Farag slept with his head on Royal's flank, the governor and his inspector worked for the good of the hunt and his province. After a little time, there was no need to beat any man for neglecting his earths. The steamer's destination was telegraphed from water wheel to water wheel, and the villagers stopped out and put to according. If an earth were overlooked, it meant some dispute as to the ownership of the land, and then and there the hunt checked and settled it in this wise. The governor and the inspector side by side, but the latter half a horse's length to the rear, both bare-shouldered claimants well in front, the villagers half-moon behind them, and Farag with the pack, who quite understood the performance, sitting down on the left. 20 minutes were enough to settle the most complicated case, for as the governor said to the judge on the steamer, one gets at the truth in a hunting field a heap quicker than in your law courts. But when the evidence is conflicting, the judge suggested, watch the field. They'll throw tongue fast enough if you're running a wrong scent. You've never had an appeal from one of my decisions yet. The sheikhs on horseback, the lesser folk on clever donkeys, the children so despised by Farag soon understood that villages which repaired their water wheels and channels stood highest in the governor's favor. He bought their barley for his horses. Channels, he said, are necessary that we may all jump them. They are necessary, moreover, for the crops. Let there be many wheels and sound channels and much good barley. Without money, replied an aged sheikh, there are no water wheels. I will lend the money, said governor. At what interest, O Excellency? Take you 2 of May Queen's puppies to bring up in your village in such a manner that they do not eat filth, nor lose their hair, nor catch fever from lying in the sun, but become wise hounds. Like Rayal, not like Biggleby. Already it was an insult along the river to compare a man to the shifty Anthropophagus blue-mottled harrier. Certainly like Royal, not in the least like Biggleby. That shall be on the interest on the loan. Let the puppies thrive, and the water wheel be built, and I shall be content, said the governor. The wheel shall be built, but, O our Excellency, if our gods favor the pups grow to be well smelters, not filth-eaters, not unaccustomed to their names, not lawless, who will do them and me justice at the time of judging the young dogs? Hounds, man, hounds. Hawans, O Sheikh, we call them in their manhood. The Hawans, when they judged, are at the Shaho. I have unfriends down the river to whom our Excellency has also entrusted Hawans to bring up. Puppies, man, puppies. We shall call them, O Sheikh, in their childhood. Papit. My enemies may judge my puppies unjustly at the Shaho. This must be thought of. I see the obstacle. Hear now, if the new water wheel is built in a month without oppression, thou, O Sheikh, shalt be named one of the judges to judge the puppies at the Shaho. Is it understood? Understood. We will build the wheel. I and my seed are responsible for the payment of the loan. Where are my puppies? If they eat fowl, must they on any account eat the feathers? On no account must they eat the feathers. Farag in the barge will tell thee how they are to live. There is no instance of any default in the governor's personal and unauthorized loans, for which they call him the father of water wheels. But the first puppy show at the capital needed enormous tact, and the presence of a black battalion ostentatiously drilling in the barrack square to prevent trouble after the prize-giving. But who can chronicle the glories of the Gihon hunt, or their shames? Who remembers the kill in the marketplace, when the governor bade the assembled sheikhs and warriors observe how the hounds would instantly devour the body of Abu Hussein, but how, when he had scientifically broken it up, the weary pack turned from it in loathing, and Farag wept because he said the world's face had been blackened. What men who have not yet ridden beyond the sound of any horn recall the midnight run, which ended, Beagle Boy leading, among tombs, the hasty whip-off, and the oath, taken a bow a bone, to forget the worries. The desert run when Abu Hussein forsook the cultivation and made a 6-mile point to earth in a desolate khor, when strange armed riders on camels swooped out of a ravine, and instead of giving battle offered to take the tired hounds home on their beasts, which they did, and vanished. Above all, who remembers the death of Royal, when a certain sheikh wept above the body of stainless hound, as it might have been his son's, and that day the hunt rode no more. The badly kept logbook says little of this, but at the end of their second season, 49 brace, appears the dark entry. New blood badly wanted. They are beginning to listen to Beagle Boy. The inspector attended to the matter when his leave fell due. "Remember," said the governor, "you must get us the best blood in England. Real dainty hounds. Expense no object, but don't trust your own judgment. Present my letters of introduction and take what they give you." The inspector presented his letters in a society where they make much of horses, more of hounds, and are tolerably civil to men who can ride. They passed him from house to house, mounted him according to his merits, and fed him, after years of goat chop and Worcester sauce, perhaps a thought too richly. The seat or castles where he made his great coup does not much matter. 4 masters of fox hounds were at table, and in a mellow hour the inspector told them stories of the Gihon hunt. He ended, "Ben said I wasn't to trust my own judgment about hounds, but I think there ought to be a special tariff for empire makers." As soon as his host could speak, they reassured him on this point. "And now tell us about your first puppy show all over again," said one. "And about the earth stopping. Was that all Ben's own invention?" said another. "Wait a moment," said a large, clean-shaven man, not an MFH, at the end of the table. "Are your villagers habitually beaten by your governor when they fail to stop foxes' holes?" The tone and the phrase were enough, even if, as the inspector confessed afterwards, the big, blue, double-chinned man had not looked so like Beagle Boy. He took him on for the honor of Ethiopia. "We only hunt twice a week, sometimes 3 times. I have never known a man chastised more than 4 times a week unless there's a bye." The large, loose-lipped man flung his napkin down, came around the table and cast himself into a chair next to the inspector, and leaned forward earnestly, so that he breathed in the inspector's face. "Chastised with what?" he said. "With the courbash on the feet. A courbash is a strip of old hippo hide, with a sort of keel on it, like the cutting edge of a boar's tusk, but we use the rounded side for a first offender." "And do any consequences follow this sort of thing? For the victim, I mean, not for you." "Very rarely. Let me be fair. I have never seen a man die under the lash, but gangrene may set up if the courbash has been pickled." "Pickled in what?" All the table was still and interested. "In copperas, of course. Didn't you know that?" said the inspector. "Thank God I didn't." The large man sputtered visibly. The inspector wiped his face and grew bolder. "You mustn't think we're careless about our earth stoppers. We've a hunt fund for hot tar. Tar's a splendid dressing if the toenails aren't beaten off. But hunting as large a country as we do, we mayn't be back at the village for a month. And if the dressings ain't renewed, and gangrene sets in, often as not you find your man pegging about on his stumps. We've a well-known local name for 'em down the river. We call 'em the Mudir's cranes. You see, I persuaded the governor only to bastinado on 1 foot." "On 1 foot? The Mudir's crane?" The large man turned purple to the top of his bald head. "Would you mind giving me the local word for Mudir's cranes?" From a too well-stocked memory, the inspector drew one short, adhesive word, which surprises by itself even unblushing Ethiopia. He spelt it out, saw the large man write it down on his cuff, and withdraw. Then the inspector translated a few of its significations and implications to the 4 masters of foxhounds. He left 3 days later with 8 couple of the best hounds in England, a free and a friendly, and an ample gift from 4 packs to the Gihon hunt. He had honestly meant to undeceive the large blue-mottled man, but somehow forgot about it. The new draft marks a new chapter in the hunt's history. From an isolated phenomena in a barge, it became a permanent institution with brick-built kennels ashore and an influence, social, political, and administrative, coterminous with the boundaries of province. Ben, the governor, departed to England, where he kept a pack of real dainty hounds, but never ceased to long for the old lawless lot. His successors were ex officio masters of the Gihon hunt, as all inspectors were whips. For one reason, Farag, the kennel huntsman, in khaki and puttees, would obey nothing under the rank of an excellency, and the hounds would obey no one but Farag. For another, the best way of estimating crop returns and revenues was by riding straight to hounds. For a third, Though judges down the river issued signed and sealed land titles to all lawful owners, yet public opinion along the river never held any such title valid till it had been confirmed, according to the precedent, by the governor's hunting crop in the hunting field above the wilfully neglected earth. True, the ceremony had been cut down to 3 mere taps on the shoulder, but governors who tried to evade that much found themselves and their office compassed about with a great cloud of witnesses who took up their time with lawsuits and, worse still, neglected the puppies. The older sheikhs indeed stood out for the unmeasurable beatings of the old days. The sharper the punishment, they argued, the surer the title. But here the land of modern progress was against them, and they contented themselves with telling tales of Ben the first governor, whom they called the father of water wheels, and of that heroic age when men, horses, and hounds were worth following. This same modern progress which brought dog biscuits and brass water taps to the kennels was at work all over the world. Forces, activities, and movements sprang into being, agitated themselves, coalesced, and in one political avalanche overwhelmed a bewildered, and not in the least intending it, England. The echoes of the new era were borne into the province on the wings of inexplicable cables. The Gihon Hunt read speeches and sentiments and policies which amazed them, and they thanked God prematurely that their province was too far off, too hot, and too hard worked to be reached by those speakers or their policies. But they, with others, underestimated the scope and purpose of the new era. One by one, the provinces of the empire were hauled up and baited, hit and held, lashed under the belly and forced back on their haunches for the amusement of their new masters in the parish of Westminster. One by one they fell away, sore and angry, to compare stripes with each other at the end of the uneasy earth. Even so, the Gihon Hunt, like Abu Hussein in the old days, did not understand. Then it reached them through the press that they habitually flogged to death good revenue-paying cultivators who neglected to stop earths, but that the very few who did not die under hippo-hide whips soaked in copperas, walked about on their gangrenous ankle bones, and were known in derision as the Mudir's cranes. The charges were vouched for in the House of Commons by Mr. Lethaby Groombright, who had formed a committee and was disseminating literature. The province groaned. The inspector, now an inspector of inspectors, whistled. He had forgotten the gentleman who sputtered in people's faces. He shouldn't have looked so like Beagleboy, was his sole defense when he met the governor at breakfast on the steamer after a meet. You shouldn't have joked with an animal of that class, said Peter the governor. Look what Farag has brought me. It was a pamphlet signed on behalf of a committee by a lady secretary, but composed by some person who thoroughly understood the language of the province. After telling the tale of the beatings, it recommended all the beaten to institute criminal proceedings against their governor, and as soon as might be to rise against English oppression and tyranny. Such documents were new in Ethiopia in those days. The inspector read the last half-page. But, he stammered, this is impossible. White men don't write this sort of stuff. Don't they just? Said the governor. They get made cabinet ministers for doing it too. I went home last year, I know. It'll blow over, said the inspector weakly. Not it. Groombright is coming down here to investigate the matter in a few days. For himself. The imperial government's behind him. Perhaps you would like to look at my orders? The governor laid down an uncoded cable. The whiplash to it ran. You will afford Mr. Groombright every facility for his inquiry and will be held responsible that no obstacles are put in his way to the fullest possible examination of any witnesses which he may consider necessary. He will be accompanied by his own interpreter who must not be tampered with. That's to me, governor of the province, said Peter the governor. It seems about enough, the inspector answered. Farag, kennel huntsman, entered the saloon as was his privilege. My uncle, who was beaten by the father of water wheels, would approach, O Excellency, he said, and there are others on the bank. "Admit," said the governor. "There trampled upward sheikhs and villagers to the number of 17. In each man's hand was a copy of the pamphlet, in each man's eye terror and uneasiness of the sort that governors spend and are spent to clear away. Farag's uncle, now sheikh of the village, spoke. "It is written in this book, Excellency, that the beatings whereby we hold our lands are all valueless. It is written that every man who receives such a beating from the father of water wheels, who slow the emirs, should instantly begin a lawsuit because the title to his land is still valid. It is so written. We do not wish lawsuits. We wish to hold the land as it was given to us after the days of the oppression," they cried. The governor glanced at the inspector. This was serious. To cast doubt on the ownership of the land means, in Ethiopia, the letting in of waters and the getting out of troops. "Your titles are good," said the governor. The inspector confirmed with a nod. "Then what is the meaning of these writings which came from down the river where the judges are?" Farag's uncle waved his copy. "By whose order are we ordered to slay you, O Excellency our governor?" "It is not written that you are to slay me." "Not in those very words, but we leave an earth unstopped. It is the same as though we wished to save Abu Hussein from the hounds. These writings say, abolish your rulers. How can we abolish except we kill? We hear rumors of one who comes from down the river soon to lead us to kill." "Fools," said the governor, "your titles are good. This is madness." "It is so written," they answered like a pack. "Listen," said the inspector smoothly. "I know who caused the writings to be written and sent. He is a man of blue mottled jowls, in aspect like Biggleby, who ate unclean matters. He will come up the river and will give tongue about the beatings. Will he impeach our land titles? An evil day for him." "Go slow, Baker," the governor whispered. "They'll kill him if they get scared about their land." "I tell a parable." The inspector lit a cigarette. "Declare which of you took to walk the children of Milkmaid." "Milkmaid first or second?" said Farag quickly. "The second, the one which was lamed by the thorn." "No, no, Milkmaid the second strained her shoulder leaping my water channel," a sheikh cried. "Milkmaid the first was lamed by the thorns on the day when our Excellency fell thrice." "True, true, the second milkmaid's mate was Malvolio, the pied hound," said the inspector. "I had 2 of the second milkmaid's pups," said Farag's uncle. "They died of madness in their 9th month." "And how did they do before they died?" said the inspector. "They ran about in the sun and slavered in the mouth till they died." "Wherefore?" "God knows, he sent the madness. It was no fault of mine." "Thy own mouth hath answered thee," the inspector laughed. "It is with men as it is with dogs. God afflicts some with a madness. It is no fault of ours if such men run about in the sun and froth at the mouth. The man who is coming will emit spray from his mouth in speaking, and will always edge and push in towards his hearers. When you see him and hear him, you will understand that he is afflicted of God, being mad. He is in God's hands." "But our titles, are our titles to our lands good?" the crowd repeated. "Your titles are in my hands. They are good," said the governor. "And he who wrote the writings is an afflicted of God?" said Farag's uncle. "The inspector had said it," cried the governor. "You'll see when the man comes, O sheikhs and men. Have we ridden together and walked puppies together and bought and sold barley for the horses that after these years we should run riot on the scent of a madman, an afflicted of God?" "But the hunt pays us to kill mad jackals," said Farag's uncle, "and he who questions my titles to my land—" "Ah, we're a riot!" The governor's hunting crop cracked like a 3-pounder. "By Allah," he thundered, "if the afflicted of God come to any harm at your hands, I myself will shoot every hound and every puppy, and the hunt shall ride no more. On your heads be it. Go in peace and tell the others." "The hunt shall ride no more," said Farag's uncle. "Then how can the land be governed?" "No, no, O Excellency our governor, we will not harm a hair on the head of the afflicted of God. He shall be to us as is Abu Hussein's wife in the breeding season." When they were gone, the governor mopped his forehead. "We must put a few soldiers in every village this groom bride visits, Baker. Tell him to keep out of sight and have an eye on the villagers. He's trying him rather high." "Oh, Excellency," said the smooth voice of Farag, laying the field and country life square on the table, "is the afflicted of God who resembles Biggleby one with the man whom the inspector met in the great house in England, and to whom he told the tale of the Mudir's crane?" "The same man, Farag," said the inspector. I have often heard the inspector tell the tale to our Excellency at feeding time in the kennels, but since I am in the government service, I have never told it to my people. May I lose that tale among the villagers?" The governor nodded. "No harm," said he. The details of Mr. Groombride's arrival with his interpreter, whom he proposed should eat with him at the governor's table, his allocution to the governor on the new movement, and the sins of imperialism I purposely omit. At 3 in the afternoon, Mr. Groomsbride said, "I will go out now and address your victims in this village." "Won't you find it rather hot?" said the governor. "They generally take a nap till sunset at this time of the year." Mr. Groombride's large, loose lips set. "That," he replied pointedly, "would be enough to decide me. I fear you have not quite mastered your instructions. May I ask you to send for my interpreter? I hope he has not been tampered with by your subordinates." He was a yellowish boy called Abdul, who had well eaten and drunk with Farag. The inspector, by the way, was not present at the meal. "At whatever risk, I shall go unattended," said Mr. Groombride. "Your presence would cow them from giving evidence. Abdul, my good friend, would you very kindly open the umbrella?" He passed up the gangplank to the village, and with no more prelude than a Salvation Army picket in a Portsmouth slum cried, "Oh, my brothers!" He did not guess how his path had been prepared. The village was widely awake. Farag, in loose flowing garments, quite unlike a kenneled huntsman's khaki and puttees, leaned against the wall of his uncle's house. "Come and see the afflicted of God," he cried musically, "whose face indeed resembles that of Biggleby." The village came and decided that on the whole Farag was right. "I can't quite catch what they're saying," said Mr. Groomsbride. "They saying they very much pleased to see you, sir," Abdul interpreted. "Then I do think they might have sent a deputation to the steamer, but I suppose they were frightened of the officials. Tell them not to be frightened, Abdul." "He says you are not to be frightened," Abdul explained. A child here spluttered with laughter. "Refrain from mirth," Farag cried. "The afflicted of God is the guest of the Excellency our Governor. We are responsible for every hair of his head." "He has none," a voice spoke. "He has the white and shining mange. Now tell them what I have come for, Abdul, and please keep the umbrella well up. I think I shall reserve myself for my little vernacular speech at the end." "Approach, look, listen," Abdul chanted. "The afflicted of God will now make sport. Presently he will speak in your tongue, and will consume you with mirth. I have been his servant for 3 weeks. I will tell you about his undergarments and his perfumes for his head." He told them at length. "And didst thou take any of his perfume bottles?" said Farag at the end. "I am his servant. I took 2, Abdul replied. "Ask him," said Farag's uncle, "what he knows about our land titles. You young men are all alike." He waved the pamphlet. Mr. Groomsbride smiled to see how the seed sown in London had borne fruit by Gihon. Lo, all the seniors held copies of the pamphlet. "He knows less than a buffalo. He told me on the steamer that he was driven out of his own land by Democracy, which is the devil inhabiting crowds and assemblies," said Abdul. "Allah between us and evil," a woman cackled from the darkness of a hut. "Come in, children, he may have the evil eye." "No, my aunt," said Farag. "No afflicted of God has an evil eye. Wait till you hear his mirth-provoking speech which he will deliver. I have heard it twice from Abdul. They seem very quick to grasp the point. How far have you got, Abdul?" "All about the beating, sir. They're highly interested." "Don't forget about the local self-government. And please hold the umbrella over me. It is hopeless to destroy unless one first builds up." "He may not have the evil eye," Farag's uncle grunted. "But his devil led him too certainly to question my land title. Ask him whether he still doubts my land title." "Or mine, or mine," cried the elders. "What odds? He is an afflicted of God," Farag called. "Remember the tale I told you?" "Yes, but he is an Englishman, and doubtless of influence, or our Excellency would not entertain him. Bid the down-country jackass ask him." "Sir," said Abdul, "these people much fearing they may be turned out of their land in consequence of your remarks. Therefore they ask you to make promise no bad consequences following your visit." Mr. Groombride held his breath and turned purple. Then he stamped his foot. "Tell them," he cried, "that if a hair of any one of their heads is touched by an official on any account whatever, all England shall ring with it. Good God, what callous oppression! The dark places of the earth are full of cruelty. He wiped his face, and throwing out his arms, cried, Tell them, oh, tell the poor serfs not to be afraid of me. Tell them I come to redress their wrongs, not heaven knows to add to their burden. The long-drawn gurgle of the practiced public speaker pleased them much. That is how the new water tap runs out in the kennel, said Frog. The Excellency our Governor entertains him that he may make sport. Make him say the mirth-moving speech. What did he say about my land titles? Frog's uncle was not to be turned. He says, Frog interpreted, that he desires nothing better than you should live on your lands in peace. He talks as though he believed himself to be governor. Well, we here are all witnesses to what he has said. Now go forward with the sport. Farag's uncle smoothed his garments. How diversely had Allah made his creatures! On one he bestows strength to slay emirs, another he causes to go mad, and wander in the sun like the afflicted sons of milkmaid. Yes, and to emit spray from the mouth, as the inspector told us. All will happen as the inspector foretold, said Farag. I've never yet seen the inspector thrown out during any run. I think Abdul plucked at Mr. Groomsbride's sleeves. I think perhaps it is better now, sir, if you give your fine little native speech. They, not understanding English, but much pleased at your condescensions. Condescensions? Mr. Groombride spun around. If they only knew how I felt towards them in my heart. If I could express a tithe of my feelings. I must stay here and learn the language. Hold up the umbrella, Abdul. I think my little speech will show them I know something of their Vian time. It was a short, simple, carefully learned address, and the accent, supervised by Abdul on the steamer, allowed the hearers to guess its meaning, which was a request to see one of the Mudir's cranes, since the desire of the speaker's life, the object to which he would consecrate his days, was to improve the condition of the Mudir's cranes. But first he must behold them with his own eyes. Would then his brethren, whom he loved, show him a Mudir's crane, whom he desired to love? Once, twice, and again in his peroration he repeated his demand, using always that they might see he was acquainted with their local argot, using always, I say, the word, which the inspector had given him in England long ago, the short, adhesive word which by itself surprises even unblushing Ethiopia. There are limits to the sublime politeness of an ancient people. A bulky, blue-chinned man in white clothes, his name red-lettered across his lower shirt-front, spluttering from under a green-lined umbrella almost tearful appeals to be introduced to the unintroducible, naming loudly the unnameable, dancing as it seemed in perverse joy at mere mention of the unmentionable, found those limits. There was a moment's hush, and then such mirth as Gihon through his centuries had never heard. A roar like the roar of his own cataracts and flood. Children cast themselves on the ground, and rolled back and forth, cheering and whooping. Strong men, their faces hid in their clothes, swayed in silence, till the agony became unsupportable, and they threw up their hands and bayed at the sun. Women, mothers, and virgins shrilled shriek upon mounting, tried to draw breath. Some half-strangled voice would quack out the word, and the riot began afresh. Last to fall was the city-trained Abdul. He held on to the edge of apoplexy, then collapsed, throwing the umbrella from him. Mr. Groombride should not be judged too harshly. Exercise and strong emotion under a hot sun, the shock of public ingratitude, for the moment rued his spirit. He furled the umbrella, and with it beat the prostrate Abdul, crying that he had been betrayed. In which posture the inspector on horseback, followed by the governor, suddenly found him. That's all very well, said the inspector, when he had taken Abdul's dramatically dying depositions on the steamer, but you can't hammer a native merely because he laughs at you. I see nothing for it but the law to take its course. You might reduce the charge to, tampering with an interpreter, said the governor. Mr. Groombride was far too gone to be comforted. It's the publicity that I fear, he wailed. Is there no possible means of hushing up the affair? You don't know what a single question in the House means to a man of my position. The ruin of my political career, I assure you. I shouldn't have imagined it, said the governor thoughtfully. And though perhaps I ought not to say it, I am not without honor in my own country, or influence. A word in season, as you know, Your Excellency, it might carry an official far. The governor shuddered. Yes, that had to come too, he said to himself. Well, look here. If I tell this man of yours to withdraw the charge against you, you can go to Gehenna for aught I care. The only condition I make is that if you write, I suppose that's part of your business about your travels, you don't praise me. So far, Mr. Groombride has loyally adhered to this understanding. End of section 13.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. Gallios Song. All day long to the judgment seat the crazed provincials drew. All day long at their rulers' feet howled for the blood of the Jew. Insurrection with one accord banded itself and woke. And Paul was about to open his mouth when Achaea's deputy spoke. Whether the God descend from above or the man ascend upon high, whether this maker of tents be Jove or a younger deity, I will be no judge between your gods and your godless bickerings. Lictor, drive them hence with rods. I care for none of these things. Where is a question of lawful due or a laborer's hire denied, a reason would I should bear with you and order it well to be tried, but this is a question of words and names, and I know the strife it brings. I will not pass upon any your claims. I care for none of these things. One thing only I see most clear, as I pray you also see. Claudius Caesar hath set me here, Rome's deputy to be. It is her peace that ye go to break, not mine, nor any king's, but touching your clamor of conscience sake, I care for none of these things. End of section 14. Recording by Cornel Nemes in Reno, Nevada.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. The House Surgeon. On an evening after Easter Day, I sat at a table in a homeward-bound steamer's smoking room, where half a dozen of us told ghost stories. As our party broke up, a man, playing patience in the next alcove, said to me, "I didn't quite catch the end of that last story about the curse on the family's firstborn." "It turned out to be drains," I explained. "As soon as new ones were put into the house, the curse was lifted, I believe. I never knew the people myself." "Ah, I've had my drains up twice. I'm on gravel, too." "You don't mean to say you've a ghost in your house? Why didn't you join our party?" "Any more orders, gentlemen, before the bar closes?" the steward interrupted. "Sit down again and have one with me," said the patience player. "No, it isn't a ghost. Our trouble is more depression than anything else." "How interesting. Then it's nothing anyone can see?" It's nothing worse than a little depression. And the odd part is that there hasn't been a death in the house since it was built, in 1863. The lawyer said so. That decided me. My good lady rather. And he made me pay an extra 1,000 for it." "How curious. Unusual, too," I said. "Yes, ain't it? It was built for 3 sisters. Moultrie was the name. 3 old maids. They all lived together. The eldest owned it. I bought it from her lawyer a few years ago, and if I've spent £1 on the place first and last, I must have spent 5,000. Electric light, new servants' wing, garden, all that sort of thing. A man and his family ought to be happy after so much expense, ain't it?" He looked at me through the bottom of his glass. "Does it affect your family much?" "My good lady, she's a Greek by the way, and myself are middle-aged. We can bear up against depression, but it's hard on my little girl. I say little, but she's 20. We send her visiting to escape it." She almost lived at hotels and hydros last year, but that isn't pleasant for her. She used to be a canary, a perfect canary, always singing. You ought to hear her. She doesn't sing now. That sort of thing's unwholesome for the young, ain't it?" "Can't you get rid of the place?" I suggested. "Not except at a sacrifice, and we're fond of it. Just suits us three. We'd love it if we were allowed." "What do you mean by not being allowed?" "I mean because of the depression. It spoils everything." "What's it like, exactly?" I couldn't very well explain. It must be seen to be appreciated, as the auctioneers say. Now I was much impressed by the story you were telling just now. "It wasn't true," I said. "My tale is true. If you would do me the pleasure to come down and spend a night at my little place, you'd learn more than you would if I talked till morning. Very likely 'twouldn't touch your good self at all. You might be immune, ain't it? On the other hand, if this influence does happen to affect you, why, I think it will be an experience." While he talked, he gave me his card, and I read his name was L. Maxwell Mallard, Esquire, of Holmescroft. A city address was tucked away in a corner. "My business," he added, "used to be furs. If you are interested in furs, I've given 30 years of my life to 'em." "You're very kind," I murmured. "Far from it, I assure you. I can meet you next Saturday afternoon anywhere in London you choose to name, and I'll be only too happy to motor you down. It ought to be a delightful run at this time of year. The rhododendrons will be out. I mean it. You don't know how truly I mean it. Very probably it won't affect you at all, and I think I may say I have the finest collection of narwhal tusks in the world. All the best skins and horns have to go through London, and L. Maxwell Mallard, he knows where they come from and where they go to. That's his business." For the rest of the voyage up Channel, Mr. Mallard talked to me of the assembling, preparation, and sale of the rarer furs, and told me things about the manufacture of fur-lined coats which quite shocked me. Somehow or other, when we landed on Wednesday, I found myself pledged to spend that week end with him at Holmescroft. On Saturday he met me with a well-groomed motor, and ran me out in an hour and a half to an exclusive residential district of dustless roads and elegantly designed country villas, each standing in from 3 to 5 acres of perfectly appointed land. He told me land was selling at £800 the acre, and the new golf links, whose Queen Anne pavilion we passed, had cost nearly £24,000 to create. Holmescroft was a large 2-storied, low, creeper-covered residence. A veranda at the south side gave onto a garden and 2 tennis courts, separated by a tasteful iron fence from a most park-like meadow of 5 or 6 acres, where 2 Jersey cows grazed. Tea was ready in the shade of a promising copper beech, and I could see groups on the lawn of young men and maidens, appropriately clothed, playing lawn tennis in the sunshine. "A pretty scene, ain't it?" said Mr. Mallard. "My good lady's sitting under the tree, and that's my little girl in pink on the far court. But I'll take you to your room, and you can see 'em all later." He led me through a wide parquet-floored hall, furnished in pale lemon, with huge cloisonne vases, an ebonized and gold grand piano, and banks of pot flowers and Benares brass bowls, up a pale oak staircase to a spacious landing, where there was a green velvet settee trimmed with silver. The blinds were down, and the light lay in parallel lines on the floors. He showed me my room, saying cheerfully, "You may be a little tired. One often is, without knowing it, after a run through traffic. Don't come down till you feel quite restored. We shall all be in the garden." My room was rather warm, and smelt of perfumed soap. I threw up the window at once, but it opened so close to the floor, and worked so clumsily, that I came within an ace of pitching out, where I should certainly have ruined a rather lopsided laburnum below. As I sat about washing off the journey's dust, I began to feel a little tired, but I reflected I had not come down here in this weather and among these new surroundings to be depressed, so I began to whistle. And it was just then that I was aware of a little grey shadow, as it might have been a snowflake seen against the light, floating at an immense distance in the background of my brain. It annoyed me, and I shook my head to get rid of it. Then my brain telegraphed that it was the forerunner of a swift striding gloom which there was yet time to escape, if I would force my thoughts away from it, as a man leaping for life forces his body forward and away from the fall of a wall. But the gloom overtook me before I could take in the meaning of the message. I moved toward the bed, every nerve already aching with the foreknowledge of the pain that was to be dealt it, and sat down, while my amazed and angry soul dropped, gulf by gulf, into that horror of great darkness which is spoken of in the Bible, and which, as auctioneers say, must be experienced to be appreciated. Despair upon despair, misery upon misery, fear after fear, each causing their distinct and separate woe, packed in upon me for an unrecorded length of time, until at last they blurred together, and I heard a click in my brain like the click in the ear when one descends in a diving bell, and I knew that the pressures were equalized within and without, and that for the moment the worst was at an end. But I knew also that at any moment the darkness might come down anew, and while I dwelt on this speculation, precisely as a man torments a raging tooth with his tongue, it ebbed away into the little gray shadow on the brain of its first coming, and once more I heard my brain, which knew what would recur, telegraph to every quarter for help, release, or diversion. The door opened and Mallard reappeared. I thanked him politely, saying I was charmed with my room, anxious to meet Mrs. Mallard, much refreshed with my wash, and so on and so forth. Beyond a little stickiness at the corners of my mouth, it seemed to me that I was managing my words admirably, the while that I myself cowered at the bottom of unclimbable pits. Mallard laid his hand on my shoulder and said, "You've got it now already, ain't it?" "Yes," I answered. "It's making me sick." "It will pass off when you come outside. I give you my word it will then pass off. Come." I shambled out behind him and wiped my forehead in the hall. "You mustn't mind," he said. "I expect the run tired you. My good lady is sitting there under the copper beech." She was a fat woman in an apricot-colored gown, with a heavily powdered face, against which her black, long-lashed eyes showed like currants in dough. I was introduced to many fine ladies and gentlemen of those parts. Magnificently appointed landaus and covered motors swept in and out of the drive, and the air was gay with the merry outcries of the tennis players. As twilight drew on they all went away, and I was left alone with Mr. and Mrs. Mallard, while tall men-servants and maid-servants took away the tennis and tea things. Miss Mallard had walked a little down the drive with a light-haired young man, who apparently knew everything about every South American railway stock. He had told me at tea that these were the days of financial specialization. "I think it went off beautifully, my dear," said Mr. Mallard to his wife, and to me. "You feel all right now, ain't it? Of course you do." Mrs. Mallard surged across the gravel. Her husband skipped nimbly before her into the south veranda, turned a switch, and all Holmescroft was flooded with light. "You can do that from your room also," he said as they went in. "There is something in money, ain't it?" Miss Mallard came up behind me in the dusk. "We have not yet been introduced," she said, "but I suppose you are staying the night." "Your father was kind enough to ask me," I replied. She nodded. "Yes, I know. And you know, too, don't you? I saw your face when you came to shake hands with mamma. You felt the depression very soon. It is simply frightful in that bedroom sometimes. What do you think it is? Bewitchment? In Greece, where I was a little girl, it might have been, but not in England, do you think? Or do you?" "Cheer up, Thea. It will all come right," he insisted. "No, papa." She shook her dark head. "Nothing is right while it comes." "It is nothing that we ourselves have ever done in our lives that I will swear to you," said Mrs. Mallard suddenly. "And we have changed our servants several times, so we know it is not them." "Never mind. Let us enjoy ourselves while we can," said Mr. Mallard, opening the champagne. But we did not enjoy ourselves. The talk failed. There were long silences. "I beg your pardon," I said, for I thought some one at my elbow was about to speak. "Ah, that is the other thing," said Miss Mallard. Her mother groaned. We were silent again, and in a few seconds, it must have been, a live grief beyond words, not ghostly dread or horror, but aching, helpless grief, overwhelmed us each, I felt, according to his or her nature, and held steady like the beam of a burning glass. Behind that pain, I was conscious there was a desire, on somebody's part, to explain something on which some tremendously important issue hung. Meantime I rolled bread pills and remembered my sins. Milloud considered his own reflection in a spoon. His wife seemed to be praying, and the girl fidgeted desperately with hands and feet till the darkness passed on, as though the malignant rays of a burning glass had been shifted from us. "There," said Miss Milloud, half rising, "now you see what makes a happy home. Oh, sell it, father mine, and let us go away." "But I've spent thousands on it. You shall go to Harrogate next week, Thea dear." "I'm only just back from hotels. I'm so tired of packing." "Cheer up, Thea. It is over. You know it does not often come here twice in the same night. I think we shall dare now to be comfortable." He lifted a dish cover and helped his wife and daughter. His face was lined and fallen like an old man's after debauch, but his hand did not shake, and his voice was clear. As he worked to restore us by speech and action, he reminded me of a gray-muzzled collie herding demoralized sheep. After dinner we sat round the dining-room fire. The drawing-room might have been under the shadow, for aught we knew, talking with the intimacy of gypsies by the wayside, or of wounded comparing notes after a skirmish. By 11 o'clock the three between them had given me every name and detail they could recall that in any way bore on the house, and what they knew of its history. We went to bed in a fortifying blaze of electric light. My one fear was that the blasting gust of depression would return, the surest way, of course, to bring it. I lay awake till dawn, breathing quickly and sweating lightly beneath what De Quincey inadequately describes as the oppression of inexpiable guilt. Now, as soon as the lovely day was broken, I fell into the most terrible of all dreams, that joyous one in which all past evil has not only been wiped out of our lives, but has never been committed, and in the very bliss of our assured innocence, before our love's shriek and changed countenance, we wake to the day we have earned. It was a coolish morning, but we preferred to breakfast in the south veranda. The forenoon we spent in the garden, pretending to play games that come out of boxes, such as croquet and clock golf, but most of the time we drew together and talked. The young man who knew all about South American railways took Miss Milloud for a walk in the afternoon, and at 5 Milloud thoughtfully whirled us all up to dine in town. "Now don't say you will tell the Psychological Society, and that you will come again," said Miss Milloud, as we parted, "because I know you will not." "You should not say that," said her mother. "You should say, 'Goodbye, Mr. Perseus. Come again.'" "Not him," the girl cried. "He has seen the Medusa's head." Looking at myself in the restaurant's mirrors, it seemed to me that I had not much benefited by my week end. Next morning I wrote out all my Holmescroft notes at fullest length, in the hope that by so doing I could put it all behind me. But the experience worked on my mind, as they say certain imperfectly understood rays work on the body. I am less calculated to make a Sherlock Holmes than any man I know, for I lack both method and patience. Yet the idea of following up the trouble to its source fascinated me. I had no theory to go on, except a vague idea that I had come between two poles of a discharge, and had taken a shock meant for someone else. This was followed by a feeling of intense irritation. I waited cautiously on myself, expecting to be overtaken by horror of the supernatural, but myself persisted in being humanly indignant, exactly as though it had been the victim of a practical joke. It was in great pains and upheavals that I felt in every fibre, but its dominant idea, to put it coarsely, was to get back a bit of its own. By this I knew that I might go forward if I could find the way. After a few days it occurred to me to go to the office of Mr. J.M.M. Baxter, the solicitor who had sold Holmescroft to Milloud. I explained that I had some notion of buying the place. Would he act for me in the matter? Mr. Baxter, a large, grayish, throaty voiced man, showed no enthusiasm. "I sold it to Mr. Milloud," he said. "It'd scarcely do for me to start on the running down tack now, but I can recommend—" "I know he's asking an awful price," I interrupted. "And on top of it he wants an extra 1,000 for what he calls your clean bill of health." Mr. Baxter sat up in his chair. I had all his attention. Your guarantee with the house, don't you remember it? Yes, yes, that no death had taken place in the house since it was built. I remember perfectly. He did not gulp, as untrained men do when they lie, but his jaws moved stickily, and his eyes, turning towards the deeds boxes on the wall, dulled. I counted seconds, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, up to 10. A man I knew can live through ages of mental depression in that time. I remember perfectly. His mouth opened a little as though it had tasted old bitterness. Of course that sort of thing doesn't appeal to me, I went on. I don't expect to buy a house free from death. Certainly not. No one does. But it was Mr. M'Leod's fancy, his wife's rather, I believe, and since we could meet it, it was my duty to my clients, at whatever cost to my own feelings, to make him pay. That's really why I came to you. I understood from him you knew the place well. Oh, yes, always did. It originally belonged to some connections of mine. The Misses Moultrie, I suppose. How interesting. They must have loved the place before the country round about was built up. They were very fond of it indeed. I don't wonder. So restful and sunny. I don't see how they could have brought themselves to part with it. Now it is one of the most constant peculiarities of the English that in polite conversation, and I had striven to be polite, no one ever does or sells anything for mere money's sake. Miss Agnes, the youngest, fell ill. He spaced his words a little, and as they were very much attached to each other, that broke up the home. Naturally, I fancied it must have been something of that kind. One doesn't associate the Staffordshire Moultries, my demon of irresponsibility at that instant created 'em, with being hard up. I don't know whether we're related to them, he answered importantly. We may be, for our branch of the family comes from the Midlands. I give this talk at length because I am so proud of my first attempt at detective work. When I left him 20 minutes later, with instructions to move against the owner of Holmescroft with a view to purchase, I was more bewildered than any Dr. Watson at the opening of a story. Why should a middle-aged solicitor turn plover's egg color and drop his jaw when reminded of so innocent and festal a matter as that no death had ever occurred in a house that he had sold? If I knew my English vocabulary at all, the tone in which he said the youngest sister fell ill meant that she had gone out of her mind. That might explain his change of countenance, and it was just possible that her demented influence still hung about Holmescroft, but the rest was beyond me. I was relieved when I reached M'Leod's city office and could tell him what I had done, not what I thought. M'Leod was quite willing to enter into the game of the pretended purchase, but did not see how it would help if I knew Baxter. He's the only living soul I can get at who was connected with Holmescroft, I said. Ah, living soul is good, said M'Leod. At any rate, our little girl will be pleased that you are still interested in us. Won't you come down some day this week? How is it there now? I asked. He screwed up his face. Simply frightful, he said. Thea is at Droitwich. I should like it immensely, but I must cultivate Baxter for the present. You'll be sure and keep him busy your end, won't you? He looked at me with quiet contempt. Do not be afraid. I shall be a good Jew. I shall be my own solicitor. Before a fortnight was over, Baxter admitted ruefully that M'Leod was better than most firms in the business. We buyers were coy, argumentative, shocked at the price of Holmescroft, inquisitive, and cold by turns, but Mr. M'Leod, the seller, easily met and surpassed us, and Mr. Baxter entered every letter, telegram, and consultation at the proper rates in a cinematograph film of a bill. At the end of a month, he said it looked as though M'Leod, thanks to him, were really going to listen to reason. I was many pounds out of pocket, but I had learned something of Mr. Baxter on the human side. I deserved it. Never in my life have I worked to conciliate, amuse, and flatter a human being as I worked over my solicitor. It appeared that he golfed. Therefore I was an enthusiastic beginner, anxious to learn. Twice I invaded his office with a bag M'Leod lent it, full of the spellicans needed in the detestable game, and a vocabulary to match. The third time the ice broke, and Mr. Baxter took me to his links, quite 10 miles off, where in a maze of tramway lines, railroads, and nursery maids, we skelped our divoted way round 9 holes, like barges plunging through head seas. He played vilely, and had never expected to meet any one worse, but as he realized my form, I think he began to like me, for he took me in hand by the 2 hours together. After a fortnight he could give me no more than a stroke a hole, and when, with this allowance, I once managed to beat him by 1, he was honestly glad, and assured me that I should be a golfer if I stuck to it. I was sticking to it for my own ends, but now and again my conscience pricked me, for the man was a nice man. Between games he supplied me with odd pieces of evidence, such as that he had known the Moultries all his life, being their cousin, and that Miss Mary, the eldest, was an unforgiving woman, who would never let bygones be. I naturally wondered what she might have against him, and somehow connected him unfavourably with Mad Agnes. People ought to forgive and forget, he volunteered one day between rounds, especially where, in the nature of things, they can't be sure of their deductions. Don't you think so? It all depends on the nature of the evidence on which one forms one's judgment, I answered. Nonsense, he cried. I'm lawyer enough to know that there's nothing in the world so misleading as circumstantial evidence never was. Why? Have you ever seen men hanged on it? Hanged? People have been supposed to be eternally lost on it. His face turned gray again. I don't know how it is with you, but my consolation is that God must know. He must. Things that seem on the face of 'em, like murder, or say suicide, may appear different to God, eh? That's what the murderer and the suicide can always hope, I suppose. I've expressed myself clumsily, as usual. The facts, as God knows 'em, may be different, even after the most clinching evidence. I've always said that, both as a lawyer and a man, but some people won't. I don't want to judge 'em. We'll say they can't believe it. Whereas I say there's always a working chance, a certainty, that the worst hasn't happened. He stopped and cleared his throat. Now let's come on. This time next week I shall be taking my holiday. What links? I asked carelessly, while twins in a perambulator got out of our line of fire. A potty little 9-hole affair at a hydro in the Midlands. My cousins stay there, always will. Not but what the 4th and the 7th holes take some doing. You could manage it, though, he said encouragingly. You're doing much better. It's only your approach shots that are weak. You're right, I can't approach for nuts. I shall go to pieces while you're away, with no one to coach me, I said mournfully. I haven't taught you anything, he said, delighted with the compliment. I owe all I've learned to you, anyhow. When will you come back? Look here, he began, I don't know your engagements, but I've no one to play with at Bury Mills. Never have. Why couldn't you take a few days off and join me there? I warn you, it will be rather dull. It's a throat and gout place, baths, massage, electricity, and so forth. But the 4th and the 7th holes really take some doing. I'm for the game, I answered valiantly, heaven well knowing that I hated every stroke and word of it. That's the proper spirit. As their lawyer, I must ask you not to say anything to my cousins about Holmescroft. It upsets 'em. Always did. But speaking as man to man, it would be very pleasant for me if you could see your way to. I saw it as soon as decency permitted, and thanked him sincerely. According to my now well-developed theory, he had certainly misappropriated his aged cousin's moneys under power of attorney, and had probably driven poor Agnes Moultrie out of her wits. But I wished that he was not so gentle and good-tempered and innocent-eyed. Before I joined him at Bury Mills Hydro, I spent a night at Holmescroft. Miss Maloud had returned from her hydro, and first we made very merry on the open lawn in the sunshine, over the manners and customs of the English resorting to such places. She knew dozens of hydros, and warned me how to behave in them, while Mr. and Mrs. Maloud stood aside and adored her. "Ah, that's the way she always comes back to us," he said. "Pity it wears off so soon, ain't it? You ought to hear her sing with mirth, thou pretty bird." We had the house to face through the evening, and there we neither laughed nor sung. The gloom fell on us as we entered, and did not shift till 10 o'clock, when we crawled out as it were from beneath it. "It has been bad this summer," said Mrs. Maloud in a whisper after we realized that we were freed. "Sometimes I think the house will get up and cry out, it is so bad." "How?" "Have you forgotten what comes after the depression?" So then we waited about the small fire, and the dead air in the room presently filled and pressed down upon us with the sensation, but words are useless here, as though some dumb and bound power were striving against gag and bond to deliver its soul of an articulate word. It passed in a few minutes, and I fell to thinking about Mr. Baxter's conscience and Agnes Moultrie gone mad in the well-lit bedroom that awaited me. These reflections secured me a night during which I rediscovered how, from purely mental causes, a man can be physically sick, but the sickness was bliss compared to my dreams when the birds waked. On my departure, Millard gave me a beautiful narwhal's horn, much as a nurse gives a child sweets for being brave as a dentist's. "There's no duplicate of it in the world," he said, "else it would have come to old Max Millard," and he tucked it into the motor. Miss Millard, on the far side of the car, whispered, "Have you found out anything, Mr. Perseus?" I shook my head. "Then I shall be chained to my rock all my life," she went on. "Only don't tell papa." I suppose she was thinking of the young gentleman who specialized in South American rails, for I noticed a ring on the third finger of her left hand. I went straight from that house to Bury Mills Hydro, keen for the first time in my life on playing golf, which is guaranteed to occupy the mind. Baxter had taken me a room communicating with his own, and after lunch introduced me to a tall, horse-headed elderly lady of decided manners, whom a white-haired maid pushed along in a bath chair through the park-like grounds of the Hydro. She was Miss Mary Moultrie, and she coughed and cleared her throat just like Baxter. She suffered, she told me it was a Moultrie caste mark, from some obscure form of chronic bronchitis, complicated with spasm of the glottis, and in a dead flat voice, with a sunken eye that looked and saw not, told me what washes, gargles, pastilles, and inhalations had proved most beneficial. From her I was passed on to her younger sister, Miss Elizabeth, a small and withered thing with twitching lips, victim, she told me, to very much the same sort of throat, but secretly devoted to another set of medicines. When she went away with Baxter in the bath chair, I fell across a major of the Indian army with gout in his glassy eyes and a stomach which he had taken all round the continent. He laid everything before me, and him I escaped only to be confided in by a matron with a tendency to follicular tonsillitis and eczema. Baxter waited hand and foot on his cousins till 5 o'clock, trying, as I saw, to atone for his treatment of the dead sister. Miss Mary ordered him about like a dog. "I warned you it would be dull," he said when we met in the smoking room. "It's tremendously interesting," I said, "but how about a look round the links? Unluckily damp always affects my eldest cousin. I've got to buy her a new bronchitis kettle. Arthur's broke her old one yesterday." We slipped out to the chemist's shop in the town, and he bought a large glittering tin thing, whose workings he explained. "I'm used to this sort of work. I come up here pretty often," he said. "I've the family throat, too." "You're a good man," I said, "a very good man." He turned towards me in the evening light among the beeches, and his face was changed to what it might have been a generation before. "You see," he said huskily, "there was the youngest, Agnes, before she fell ill, you know. But she didn't like leaving her sisters, never would." He hurried on with his odd-shaped load, and left me among the ruins of my black theories. The man with that face had done Agnes Moultrie no wrong. We never played our game. I was waked between 2 and 3 in the morning from my hygienic bed by Baxter in an ulster over orange and white pajamas, which I should never have suspected from his character. "My cousin has had some sort of a seizure," he said. "Will you come? I don't want to wake the doctor, don't want to make a scandal. Quick." So I came quickly, and led by the white-haired Arthurs, in a jacket and petticoat, entered a double-bedded room, reeking with steam and friar's balsam. The electrics were all on. Miss Mary, I knew her by her height, was at the open window, wrestling with Miss Elizabeth, who gripped her round the knees. Miss Mary's hand was at her own throat, which was streaked with blood. "She's done it. She's done it, too," Miss Elizabeth panted. "Hold her. Help me." "Oh, I say, women don't cut their throats," Baxter whispered. "My God, has she cut her throat?" the maid cried out, and with no warning rolled over in a faint. Baxter pushed her under the wash basins and leaped to hold the gaunt woman, who crowed and whistled as she struggled toward the window. He took her by the shoulder, and she struck out wildly. "All right. She's only cut her hand, he said. Wet towel, quick. While I got that, he pushed her backward. Her strength seemed almost as great as his. I swabbed at her throat when I could, and found no mark, then helped him to control her a little. Miss Elizabeth leaped back to bed, wailing like a child. Tie up her hand somehow, said Baxter. Don't let it drip about the place. He stepped on broken glass in his slippers. She must have smashed a pane. Miss Mary lurched towards the open window again, dropped on her knees, her head on the sill, and lay quiet, surrendering the cut hand to me. What did she do? Baxter turned towards Miss Elizabeth in the far bed. She was going to throw herself out of the window, was the answer. I stopped her and sent Arthur's for you. Oh, we can never hold up our heads again. Miss Mary writhed and fought for breath. Baxter found a shawl, which he threw over her shoulders. Nonsense, said he. That isn't like Mary, but his face worked when he said it. You wouldn't believe about Aggie, John. Perhaps you will now, said Miss Elizabeth. I saw her do it, and she's cut her throat, too. She hasn't, I said. It's only her hand. Miss Mary suddenly broke from us with an indescribable grunt, flew, rather than ran, to her sister's bed, and there shook her as one furious schoolgirl would shake another. No such thing, she croaked. How dare you think so, you wicked little fool? Get into bed, Mary, said Baxter. You'll catch a chill. She obeyed, but sat up with the gray shawl round her lean shoulders, glaring at her sister. I'm better now, she panted. Arthur's let me sit out too long. Where's Arthur's? The kettle? Never mind Arthur, said Baxter. You get the kettle. I hastened to bring it from the side table. Now, Mary, as God sees you, tell me what you've done. His lips were dry, and he could not moisten them with his tongue. Miss Mary applied herself to the mouth of the kettle, and between indraws of steam said, The spasm came on just now while I was asleep. I was nearly choking to death, so I went to the window. I've done it often before without waking anyone. Bessie's such an old maid about draughts. I tell you, I was choking to death. I couldn't manage the catch, and I nearly fell out. That window opens too low. I cut my hand trying to save myself. Who has tied it up in this filthy handkerchief? I wish you had had my throat, Bessie. I never was nearer dying. She scowled on us all impartially, while her sister sobbed. From the bottom of the bed we heard a quivering voice. Is she dead? Have they took her away? Oh, I never could bear the sight of blood. Arthur, said Miss Mary, you are an hireling. Go away. It is my belief that Arthur has crawled out on all fours, but I was busy picking up broken glass from the carpet. Then Baxter, seated by the side of the bed, began to cross-examine in a voice I scarcely recognized. No one could for an instant have doubted the genuine rage of Miss Mary against her sister, her cousin, or her maid, and that a doctor should have been called in, for she did me the honor of calling me doctor, was the last drop. She was choking with her throat, had rushed to the window for air, had near pitched out, and in catching at the window bars had cut her hand. Over and over she made this clear to the intent Baxter. Then she turned on her sister and tongue lashed her savagely. You mustn't blame me, Miss Bessie faltered at last. You know what we think of night and day. I'm coming to that, said Baxter. Listen to me. What you did, Mary, misled 4 people into thinking you meant to do away with yourself. Isn't one suicide in the family enough? Oh, God, help and pity us. You couldn't have believed that, she cried. The evidence was complete. Now, don't you think? Baxter's finger wagged under her nose. Can't you think that poor Aggie did the same thing at Holmescroft when she fell out of the window? She had the same throat, said Miss Elizabeth, exactly the same symptoms. Don't you remember, Mary? Which was her bedroom? I asked of Baxter in an undertone. Over the south veranda, looking on to the tennis lawn. I nearly fell out of that very window when I was at Holmescroft, opening it to get some air. The sill doesn't come much above your knees, I said. You hear that, Mary? Mary, do you hear what this gentleman says? Won't you believe that what nearly happened to you must have happened to poor Aggie that night? For God's sake, for her sake, Mary, won't you believe? There was a long silence while the steam kettle puffed. If I could have proof, said she, and broke into most horrible tears. Baxter motioned to me, and I crept away to my room, and lay awake till morning, thinking more especially of the dumb thing at Holmescroft, which to explain itself. I hated Miss Mary as perfectly as though I had known her for 20 years, but I felt that, alive or dead, I should not like her to condemn me. Yet at midday, when I saw Miss Mary in her bath chair, Arthur's behind, and Baxter and Miss Elizabeth on either side, in the park-like grounds of the Hydro, I found it difficult to arrange my words. Now that you know all about it, said Baxter aside, after the first strangeness of our meeting was over, It is only fair to tell you that my poor cousin did not die in Holmescroft at all. She was dead when they found her under the window in the morning, just dead." "Under that laburnum outside the window?" I asked, for I suddenly remembered the crooked evil thing. "Exactly. She broke the tree in falling. But no death has ever taken place in the house, so far as we are concerned. You can make yourself quite easy on that point. Mr. M'Leod's extra 1,000 for what you call the clean bill of health was something toward my cousin's estate when we sold. It was my duty as their lawyer to get it for them, at any cost to my own feelings. I know better than to argue when the English talk about their duty, so I agreed with my solicitor. Their sister's death must have been a great blow to your cousins," I went on. The bath chair was behind me. "Unspeakable," Baxter whispered. "They brooded on it day and night. No wonder. If their theory of poor Aggie making away with herself was correct, she was eternally lost." "Do you believe that she made away with herself?" "No, thank God, never have. And after what happened to Mary last night, I see perfectly what happened to poor Aggie. She had the family throat, too. By the way, Mary thinks you are a doctor. Otherwise she wouldn't like your having been in her room. Very good. Is she convinced now about her sister's death? She'd give anything to be able to believe it, but she's a hard woman, and brooding along certain lines makes one groovy. I have sometimes been afraid of her reason. On the religious side, don't you know, Elizabeth doesn't matter. Brain of a hen always had." Here Arthur summoned me to the bath chair, and the ravaged face beneath its knitted Shetland wool hood of Miss Mary Moultrie. "I need not remind you, I hope, of the seal of secrecy, absolute secrecy, in your profession," she began. "Thanks to my cousins and my sister's stupidity, you have found out." She blew her nose. "Please don't excite her, sir," said Arthurs at the back. "But, my dear Miss Moultrie, I only know what I've seen, of course, but it seems to me that what you thought was a tragedy in your sister's case turns out, on your own evidence, so to speak, to have been an accident, a dreadfully sad one, but absolutely an accident." "Do you believe that, too?" she cried. "Or are you only saying it to comfort me?" "I believe it from the bottom of my heart. Come down to Holmescroft for an hour, for half an hour, and satisfy yourself." "Of what? You don't understand. I see the house every day, every night. I'm always there in spirit, waking or sleeping. I couldn't face it in reality." "But you must," I said. "If you go there in the spirit, the greater need for you to go there in the flesh. Go to your sister's room once more, and see the window. I nearly fell out of it myself. It's awfully low and dangerous. That would convince you," I pleaded. "Yet Aggie has slept in that room for years," she interrupted. "You've slept in your room here for a long time, haven't you? But you nearly fell out of the window when you were choking." "That is true. That is one thing true," she nodded. "And I might have been killed as perhaps Aggie was killed." "In that case, your own sister and cousin and maid would have said you had committed suicide, Miss Moultrie. Come down to Holmescroft and go over the place just once." "You are lying," she said quite quietly. "You don't want me to come down to see a window. It is something else. I warn you we are evangelicals. We don't believe in prayers for the dead. As the tree falls, yes, I dare say. But you persist in thinking that your sister committed suicide." "No, no. I've always prayed that I might have misjudged her." Arthurs at the bath chair spoke up. "Oh, Miss Mary, you would have it from the first that poor Miss Aggie had made away with herself, and of course Miss Bessie took the notion from you. Only master, Mr. John stood out, and I've 'ave taken my Bible oath you was making away with yourself last night." Miss Mary leaned towards me, one finger on my sleeve. "If going to Holmescroft kills me," she said, "you will have the murder of a fellow creature on your conscience for all eternity." "I'll risk it," I answered, remembering what torment the mere reflection of her torments had cast on Holmescroft, and remembering above all the dumb thing that filled the house with its desire to speak. I felt that there might be worse things. Baxter was amazed at the proposed visit, but at a nod from that terrible woman went off to make arrangements. Then I sent a telegram to M'Leod, bidding him and his vacate Holmescroft for that afternoon. Miss Mary should be alone with her dead, as I had been alone. I expected untold trouble in transporting her, but to do her justice, the promise given for the journey, she underwent it without murmur, spasm, or unnecessary word. Miss Bessie, pressed in a corner by the window, wept behind her veil, and from time to time tried to take hold of her sister's hand. Baxter wrapped himself in his newly found happiness as selfishly as a bridegroom, for he sat still and smiled. "So long as I know that Aggie didn't make away with herself," he explained, "I tell you frankly I don't care what happened. She's as hard as a rock. Mary, Always was. She won't die." We led her out onto the platform like a blind woman, and so got her into the fly. The half-hour crawl to Holmescroft was the most racking experience of the day. Millard had obeyed my instructions. There was no one visible in the house or the gardens, and the front door stood open. Miss Mary rose from beside her sister, stepped forth first, and entered the hall. "Come, Bessie," she cried. "I daren't. Oh, I daren't. Come." Her voice had altered. I felt Baxter start. "There's nothing to be afraid of." "Good heavens," said Baxter. "She's running up the stairs. We'd better follow." "Let's wait below. She's going to the room." We heard the door of the bedroom I knew open and shut, and we waited in the lemon-colored hall, heavy with the scent of flowers. "I've never been into it since it was sold," Baxter sighed. "What a lovely, restful place it is. Poor Aggie used to arrange the flowers." "Restful," I began, but stopped of a sudden, for I felt all over my bruised soul that Baxter was speaking truth. It was a light, spacious, airy house, full of the sense of well-being and peace, above all things of peace. I ventured into the dining room, where the thoughtful Millards had left a small fire. There was no terror there, present or lurking. And in the drawing room, which for good reasons we had never cared to enter, the sun and the peace and the scent of the flowers worked together as is fit in an inhabited house. When I returned to the hall, Baxter was sweetly asleep on a couch, looking most unlike a middle-aged solicitor who had spent a broken night with an exacting cousin. There was ample time for me to review it all, to felicitate myself upon my magnificent acumen, barring some errors about Baxter as a thief and possibly a murderer, before the door above opened, and Baxter, evidently a light sleeper, sprang awake. "I've had a heavenly little nap," he said, rubbing his eyes with the backs of his hands like a child. "Good Lord, that's not their step." But it was. I had never before been privileged to see the shadow turn backward on the dial. The years ripped bodily off poor human shoulders. Old sunken eyes filled and alight, harsh lips moistened and human. "John," Miss Mary called. "I know now. Aggie didn't do it." "And she didn't do it," echoed Miss Mary. "I did not think it wrong to say a prayer," Miss Mary continued, "not for her soul, but for our peace. Then I was convinced. Then we got conviction," the younger sister piped. "We've misjudged poor Aggie, John, but I feel she knows now. Wherever she is, she knows that we know she is guiltless." "Yes, she knows. I felt it too," said Miss Elizabeth. "I never doubted," said John Baxter, whose face was beautiful at that hour. "Not from the first. Never have." "You never offered me proof, John. Now, thank God, it will not be the same any more. I can think henceforward of Aggie without sorrow." She tripped, absolutely tripped, across the hall. What ideas these Jews have of arranging furniture! She spied me behind a big cloisonne vase. "I've seen the window," she said remotely. "You took great risk in advising me to undertake such a journey. However, as it turns out, I forgive you, and I pray you may never know what mental anguish means. Bessie, look at this peculiar piano. Do you suppose, doctor, these people would offer one tea? I miss mine." "I will go and see," I said, and explored Millard's new-built servants' wing. It was in the servants' hall that I unearthed the Millard family, bursting with anxiety. "Tea for three, quick," I said. "If you ask me any questions now, I shall have a fit." So Mrs. Millard got it, and I was butler, amid murmured apologies from Baxter, still smiling and self-absorbed, and the cold disapproval of Miss Mary, who thought the pattern of the china vulgar. However, she ate well, and even asked me whether I would not like a cup of tea for myself. They went away in the twilight that I had once feared. They were going to an hotel in London to rest after the fatigues of the day. And as their fly turned down the drive, I capered on the doorstep, with the all-darkened house behind me. Then I heard the uncertain feet of the Millards, and bade them not to turn on the lights, but to feel what I had done, for the shadow was gone with the dumb desire in the air. They drew short, but afterwards deeper breaths, like bathers entering chill water, separated one from the other, moved about the hall, tiptoed upstairs, raced down, and then Miss Millard, and I believe her mother, though she denies this, embraced me. I know Millard did. It was a disgraceful evening. To say we rioted through the house is to put it mildly. We played a sort of blind man's buff along the darkest passages in the unlighted drawing room and little dining room, calling cheerily to each other after each exploration that here, and here, and here, the trouble had removed itself. We came up to the bedroom, mine for the night again, and sat, the women on the bed, and we men on chairs, drinking in blessed draughts of peace and comfort and cleanliness of soul, while I told them my tale in full, and received fresh praise, thanks, and blessings. When the servants returned from their day's outing, gave us a supper of cold fried fish. Millard had sense enough to open no wine. We had been practically drunk since nightfall, and grew incoherent on water and milk. "I like that Baxter," said Millard. "He's a sharp man. The death wasn't in the house, but he ran it pretty close, ain't it?" "And the joke of it is that he supposes I want to buy the place from you," I said. "Are you selling?" Not for twice what I paid for it. Now, said Millard, I'll keep you in furs all your life, but not our Holmescroft. No, never our Holmescroft, said Miss Millard. We'll ask him here on Tuesday, mamma. They squeezed each other's hands. Now tell me, said Mrs. Millard, that tall one I saw out of the scullery window, did she tell you she was always here in the spirit? I hate her. She made all this trouble. It was not her house after she had sold it. What do you think? I suppose, I answered, she brooded over what she believed was her sister's suicide, night and day. She confessed she did, and her thoughts being concentrated on this place, they felt like a burning glass. Burning glass is good, said Millard. I said it was like a light of blackness turned on us, cried the girl, twiddling her ring. That must have been when the tall one thought worst about her sister and the house. Ah, the poor Aggie, said Mrs. Millard. The poor Aggie, trying to tell every one it was not so. No wonder we felt something wished to say something. Thea Max, do you remember that night? We need not remember any more, Millard interrupted. It is not our trouble. They have told each other now. Do you think then, Miss Millard, that those two, the living ones, were actually told something upstairs in the room? I can't say. At any rate, they were made happy, and they ate a big tea afterwards. As your father says, it is not our trouble any longer, thank God. Amen, said Millard. Now, Thea, let us have some music after all these months, with mirth. Thou pretty bird, ain't it? You ought to hear that. And in the half-lighted hall, Thea sang an old English song that I had never heard before. With mirth, thou pretty bird, rejoice, thy Maker's praise enhanced. Lift up thy shrill and pleasant voice, thy God is high advanced. Thy food before he did provide, and gives it in a fitting side, wherewith be thou sufficed. Why shouldst thou now unpleasant be, thy wrath against God venting, that he a little bird made thee, thy silly head tormenting, because he made thee not a man? O peace, he hath well thought thereon, therewith be thou sufficed. End of section 15.
Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling. The Rabbi's Song. If thought can reach to heaven, on heaven let it dwell, for fear that thought be given like power to reach to hell. For fear the desolation and darkness of thy mind perplex a habitation which thou hast left behind. Let nothing linger after, no whispering ghost remain, in wall or beam or rafter, of any hate or pain. Cleanse and call home thy spirit, deny her leave to cast on aught thy heirs inherit, the shadow of her past. For think, in all thy sadness, what road our griefs may take, whose brain reflect our madness, or whom our terrors shake. For think, lest any languish by cause of thy distress, the arrows of our anguish fly farther than we guess. Our lives, our tears, as water, are spilled upon the ground. God giveth no man quarter, yet God a means hath found. Though faith and hope have vanished, and even love grows dim, a means whereby his banished be not expelled from him. End of section 16. Recording by phone. End of Actions and Reactions by Rudyard Kipling.